What's going on, guys? I'm Jeff, the Yoshi Fanatic, and welcome to this Just Chatting stream. After the adventure of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book has been completed, I want to take some time and just chat with you guys, reflect on the experience, and have some fun. So, welcome to this very special Just Chatting live stream, everybody. How are you all? Welcome! Welcome to Heartly Rants. Aid HW was here, but I'll say hello to him anyway. J-Dog McFly, Blues Cat, Mr. Face, D1 Chud, aka Solar Flare, Faithon, 882, welcome to the stream, Faithon, J to the P Moreno, and looks like that's everybody. Oh, and J to the P Moreno, welcome, friend. How are you all doing? How was your week? And D1 Chud says, Jeff, can I lead us with the Muslim call to prayer? No! But thank you for asking. So Jeff, who's this new viewer? I have no idea. Hello! Though it's starting to sound like it's one of you guys in disguise. It was storming so hard outside, says Blues Cat. Yeah, it was starting to storm here. It wasn't like coming down hard or anything, but we were starting to experience a bit of a thunderstorm. My lights did flicker a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit worried that my power would be out and I would not be able to stream. That would be unfortunate. Hey, who could I be? I'm gonna need some hints. I am. But it was kind of funny. I decided, I did a horrible job preparing for making dinner tonight. I wanted to make fried rice, but I'm sure, definitely not D1 Chud. Oops, wrong account. Oh no, I'm getting conflicting signals here. And anyway, I wanted to make fried rice last night. So I set the pork, I wanted pork fried rice. So, I set the pork in the fridge last night to thaw, but what I forgot to do was cook the rice ahead of time, and, as anyone who's made a fried rice knows, the best way to make a fried rice is with rice that has been made a day in advance and, chilled in the fridge. That way, it doesn't get all, like, sticky and gummy and all that. You've got, like, the individual grains of rice that... Yeah, it's way better texturally if you cook the rice in advance. So I didn't do that. Anyway, instead, I decided to make barbecue pork chops with some, diced fried potatoes and some green beans. And I didn't want to heat up the house too much, so I heated up the grill outside, the charcoal grill. Yeah, it started to rain a little bit. So, that was fun. It still worked out. We still had really good barbecued pork chops. I was happy. Decided to join the stream since I'm still up anyway. Well, I'm glad to have you. Yeah, I'm thinking that Faithion is Justin. Dude, I'm so glad I signed off early last night, because man, that was a bogus ending, lol. Ditto on that straight thing, says J-Dog. Wait, last night? Oh, do you mean last stream? Yeah. The fact that there was basically no reward for 100% completion, that was, not something I was stoked about. The real completion bonus was the discoveries we made along the way. There you go, JP. And you know what? You're not wrong. Still, I would say that 100% completing Yoshi's Woolly World, I don't think it was really worth the hassle. But I'm glad I did it anyway. There are quicker ways to get the rice you're looking for. Oh? Do tell. I may be interested. So Jeff, how many concurrent viewers did you have that one time I saw something about breaking a record? Last time? There were like a bunch of bots, I think. The concurrent viewer count maxed out at 71 last stream. But I think it was a bunch of bots. Because it was very low engagement. I posted a poll about which Yoshi color I should play as next, and I only got 8 votes. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think it's, I don't think that was real people. I had Chinese food, chow mein foon, and pork with vegetables and egg rolls. That sounds delicious, Blues Cat. I haven't had Chinese takeout in quite a while. Sky says she misses it. Yeah, it is a little expensive for us, but partially because we do a terrible job of ordering it. Because, like, that's just it. Like, everything we want comes as, like, its own separate entree. So we pay for, like, 3 meals when really we just want one.
I'm like, I just want a little bit of the lo mein, and a little bit of broccoli, and a little bit of fried rice, and a little bit of egg rolls, and sweet and sour chicken.
Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, it all adds up. A little lo mein, a little fried rice, a little broccoli and beef, a little bit of fried rice, a little bit of egg rolls, and a little bit of sweet and sour chicken. That'll be $52. Wah!
But the plus side is that we usually have leftovers for at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 days.
Sky notes that we usually have leftovers from that for a couple of days, and she does eat it. She certainly does.
I don't get tired of Chinese. That is something I can eat for 3-4 days straight.
Yeah, agreed. I do like Chinese food, but yeah, it's a little tough to justify it in the budget, just a little bit. No, boy, it's 10 o'clock. That plush is bringing her alt accounts as well. Luke says Yoshi's funny book is finished. It was great. Welcome to the stream, Luke. I'm really happy that we're finally finished with Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Had a lot of fun, but you know, going for 100% completion, it did overstay its welcome just a little bit. Jeff, tell me about the Mac Shack. I've already told you, Justin. You can go back in time and watch it on stream. Or you can wait for me to make the clip on the Yoshi Fanatic Extra channel. I went back to my last Just Chatting stream I did, where I recounted the events of 1, me almost dying of food poisoning, and 2, driving off into a ditch. So, life is exciting indeed. Yes, Sky. You know, Sky, I wonder if we should put the microphone on you. I'd have to set it up. I'll have to set it up for future. Aurora says, so all you need is rice with less water, and there's a few ways you can do this. Cook with less from the start, steam the rice instead, or spread it thin on a tray in front of a fan or in the fridge. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I normally do put it on a tray in the fridge and just let it set overnight, and it gets really dried out at that point. But if doing that is a quick way to get the effect I'm looking for, then that may be worth a shot. JP says, I'm glad this was the first new Yoshi game I got to watch you stream. Yes, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad that you tuned in. I know that there were a lot of spoilers, but you know, I hope you still enjoyed your time. I hope I didn't like ruin any surprises for you. J-Dog says, this week I've been preparing for my move to college in 2 weeks. That's in 2 weeks already? Jeepers. We are almost halfway through August already. That's hard to believe. Thinking about animation, and I've concluded after rewatching it enough that Princess and the Frog is genuinely the best Disney movie. Whoa, that's a bold claim. Golden standard of traditional animation, focused way more on the specific movements and polish each scene animation had. I've got the animator brain already. Okay, so animation-wise, you think it's the best. Okay, although I know that wins a lot of points for you. That's fair. I can see it. Yoshi vs. America. Epic Undertale music plays. What? Hartley Rant says, alright, I'm done rotating through alts like a rotisserie chicken. Oh, is Phaetheon you too? 3 hours in the fridge on a baking tray works for me. Okay, good to know. Good to know. That'll definitely help when I go to make fried rice next. J-Dog says, I'd say it's one of the best in more than that category. Gotcha. Not just animation. I love this music when it speeds up, lol. Good old Grabgrass. What did I call the Grabgrass? Maybe I just let Mr. E name that one. What's up? I'm done with work and got myself an Xbox 360. Very nice, Vincent. Very nice. I hope you enjoy it, friend. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Okay, guys, I've got a few things in mind for this live stream. A few things. So, I wanted to do a tier list for all the creatures in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I thought it would be fun to run through them and, you know, let you know what my overall thoughts are, and just rank them. I thought that could be fun. I did a poor job preparing for it, though. There was already a template set up on Tier Maker, so I just went into that. If I don't like the names of the categories, I'll just rename them, I guess. The other main thing I was planning for, a while ago, Chris in the Discord, and the live streams, shared with us his ultimate fave game meme, which I don't know if I would categorize it as a meme, but there's like a bunch of different categories to like choose from. No, I'm sorry. There's a whole bunch of different categories that you need to choose: a video game, a character, or a, like a series, a genre, that kind of stuff. And like a bunch of different categories, like a game that everyone should beat, or favorite simulator, favorite free-to-play game, favorite violent game, etc., etc. And I thought it'd be fun to run through that myself and do that on stream with you guys. That could be fun. And then a couple other ideas popped into mind. Oh, I'm sorry, no. The other idea I had, I wanted to give like a casual review / rant sort of situation for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, and how I think it really is an underappreciated game, and I think it deserves a lot more credit than it gets. And then the last thing I wanted to do, or the last thing I came up with that I wanted to do, after Yoshi and the Mysterious Book wrapped up, I was kind of thinking back on it and thinking of my adventure through it, and then that thought kind of progressed through like, well, what did I think of it compared to the rest of the Yoshi series? And then I'm like, wait a minute, there's like lore implications in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book that kind of brings the whole series together. And then like that kind of just snowballed into me coming up with the ultimate Yoshi game series timeline, which also includes a bunch of Mario games as they are relevant to Yoshi's story. And I came up with some pretty interesting twists. So yeah. I don't know what I want to do first, so I'll leave it up to you guys. So start a poll. What should we do first? So it'll be the Yoshi ATMB creature tier list. Ultimate fave game meme template. Let's add another option. Yoshi series timeline. And Yoshi ATMB rant / review. So yeah, there you go. You guys get to decide. What am I doing first? I love the idea of timeline placing. I wrote my own in my notes. I'd like to see how it compares. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to share it. I think I want to make like a full video on it, like a pretty well-produced one, because I think it's such a cool idea that I don't want it to just be a, you know, Yoshi or TYF extra video or abandoned on the Just Chatting streams or what have you. I really want to go all out on it. I think that it could be a hit. Well, maybe not like a hit, but I think that it would go pretty well. What's going on, Caden? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, buddy? Welcome to the Just Chatting stream after we finished Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Got some fun things in mind tonight. Faithiana's Lucy. Faithiana's not me. No, I got that. I got it. Okay, thank goodness. I'm not in a position to jump on call. Too late. Thank you, Jeff. Good. Yeah, no. I don't think we're going to do that this stream. Maybe next stream. Just a heads up for you guys. I am going to be going on summer vacation in a few weeks. Well, I guess a couple weeks now. Come this time in 15 days, I will be in another state on summer vacation with my family. I'm not going to tell you guys where I'm going yet, but I will be glad to share details when I get back. So, but the point is, I'm gonna do this Just Chatting stream. I'm thinking about doing either a one-parter of a game next stream, or depending on how this stream goes, maybe another Just Chatting stream to, you know, finish up what we didn't get to finish up here in the list of things I want to do. So, yeah, I will be taking I guess it'll be a 3-week break here at the end of August. I will not be streaming on the 21st because I need my sleep before we drive, the 28th, and the 4th. The 21st, 28th of August, and then the 4th of September. I will return on, oh geez. Do I really want to return on 9/11? I'm going to. We are taking a few weeks off, though. What do we got here? Oh, JP says, yeah, from what I've seen, no one's tried to place the game in the timeline yet, like they have with DK. What, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book? I've got a fantastic place in the timeline for it, and I cannot wait to share it with you. Vincent says, I'm alright. I'm planning to play the Ninja Turtles arcade game. Ooh, interesting. I've heard that one didn't live up to the original. I'm assuming you mean TMNT Turtles in Time, but on the Xbox 360 arcade. Caden says hi. Hi again, friend. How are you doing? J-Dog says, if you do a host and guests, could you try to start earlier just a little pretty please? I can try, but I can't guarantee. Yes, how come? Why the break? Because I'm going on summer vacation, Mr. Justin. We're taking a couple week vacation. Yeah, we're taking a couple week vacation. We didn't get to go on one last year, mostly because we had a new baby. So, yeah, he's a year old now. I feel good enough to, you know. Oh, what was I gonna say? I feel like we can take him on vacation now, and not worry too much. It should be fine. And then the drive, like, he does good in the car. He'll probably be fine. It will be a long drive though. Anyway, the point is, we're taking a nice big vacation to make up for the fact that we didn't go on vacation last year. Shaving Cream, a Little Mac Avalon, Animal Crossing, Dr. Jeffrey, Philosophy, Jameson, Fortnite, Mac Shack, Ditch, Guess Game, Wii Sports, Yoshi, says Faithion. Indeed. No, the arcade game before Turtles in Time. You have Anchor Kid, or Anther Kid? What? Another kid. Another kid. I have 3 kids, yes. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap up that poll. So what did we end up choosing? Ooh, at the very, very last minute, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book Creature tier list won out. So I guess that's what we're doing first. Someone should create a super intricate 9/11 inspired Yoshi Island ROM hack for Jeff to play when he comes back. Oh geez. Good luck on that, friend. Okay. Well, let's see if I can just... Ah, there we go. Let's switch over to PC screen. There we go. Here is the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book creature tier list template. There you go. Jeff, Faithion, Lucy may be DMing you on an alt account something important. She's trying to figure it out. What? What do you... Why? Hang on. What do you want? What do you want? I don't see a DM. Hang on. Jump to present. Oh, here it is. It may not have been sent yet. Okay. For context, by the way, me and D1 Chud are low-key in cahoots. We planned this pre-stream. Oh no! You guys are ganging up on me. What gives? Equal to mosquitoes. I know it. I don't know if... Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with leaving it like that. What do you guys think of these? So, a real page turner, would keep as a pet, nice, okay, and equal to mosquitoes. You sent it? I still don't have it. Direct messages, hang on. I have streamer mode enabled. Maybe it's not going through. I don't see it. I'm sorry. Can't really, I can't really see it. What's your new baby's name? His name is Nathaniel. Sky says it means gift from God. So there you go. Sky has been, I'll say, in charge of choosing our kids' names. I suck at naming stuff, including children, so... Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, I do. No, yeah, Sky basically comes up with the names, and, you know, when I give the okay, then that's the one. I am kind of picky, though. I can't help but feel there should be a new tier box, but I don't know what it should be labeled as. What do you have in mind? I'm kind of leaning towards, changing the names myself. Jeff Beth, I'm crying. You not see my DMs. I can't see them. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I'm in streamer mode. A real page turner would keep as a pet, nice, okay, and equal to mosquitoes. Let's change this to skip the page. What's streamer mode? Says D1 Chud. It's when OBS is on and Discord notices it. It like disables notifications coming in and like truncates everyone's usernames. So yeah, it's just basically a safer mode for streamers, I guess. Changing names for the list, fitting for this topic. Well, maybe something below okay and on top of skip the page. Okay, let's yeah, how do we alignment chart, community rank, creative, how do I just add another one? Add a row above, there we go. No! Let's what do we call it? Not my favorite. How about not my favorite? Not my favorite. Yeah, not Muay Thai. Not my favorite. I'll send it. Fine, I'm sending a screenshot of the exchange. Oh dear, I don't want to know. I don't know if I want to know. A real page turner. How about couldn't put the book down. Would keep as a pet. I feel like most of these need to be like, I feel like most of these need to be, you know, book themed. Not my favorite chapter. Mr. Face says, okay, I'm back, but I think I'm gonna watch this while in bed. I think I might be getting a cold. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Face. That stinks. Nice thumbnail, dude. Thank you, Neil. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, summer colds are the worst. Just show it on stream? I don't know. What is it? Oh! I thought that was someone else. Can you see that? Alright, back to the PC screen. Jeff, we like actually aren't trying to troll you, we promise. What about instead of pet, how about would read it again and again? Okay. Would read again. I don't know about again and again. That kind of implies that, you know, I loved it just as much as couldn't put the book down, so I'll just say would read again. We don't see it? You don't see it? Hang on. Oh, that explains it. Hang on. Which one's display capture? Hang on. Oh, that explains it. One sec. Here we go. Yeah. Give me 1 second. There. How about now? Can you see that? It's Kevin James. I think that's Kevin James. I'm pretty sure. I know the actor. I just sometimes get my names mixed up. That's Kevin James, right?
Yeah, that's definitely.
Okay. You know what? I was worried about mixing him up with Kevin Hart.
Ironically, I don't know who Kevin Hart is.
Back to the action. You know Kevin James! Yes, of course I do. Mall cop. I've always wondered why tier lists skip E and go straight to F. It's going from A to D, then F. I think that's just because that's the normal, like, grading system in schools, you know? Oh, whoops. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we gotta get back to this tier list. Couldn't put the book down. Would read again. How about pretty good chapter? I don't know. Do we need a fifth? I don't know if we need a fifth tier. I think I might remove this tier, honestly. So couldn't put the book down, would read again, pretty good chapter, not my favorite chapter, and skip the page. Getting an F is so bad that it skips E, says Aurora. You don't see anyone getting an S on their test results, though. Oh yeah, true. Okay. Why don't we get started here? Why don't we get started here? Wait a minute. You guys are pulling a fast one on me. You guys are pulling a fast one on me, aren't you? Phaethon is it John? I'm fairly certain it's John now. I mean, it came from Eat My Sandwich on Discord. I'm pretty sure that's John. Anyway. Guys, why don't we go ahead and start ranking the creatures in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. As you can see, there's a lot to get through. And I'll be honest, I don't remember the exact details on all of them. I mean, after all, I've been playing Yoshi and the Mysterious Book for the last 2 months, and over 50 hours of gameplay, you kind of lose sight of them a little bit. But I think I can remember well enough to remember either enjoying the chapters and the habitats of the creatures that I played, or not enjoying them. And yeah, why don't we go ahead and get started? I remember going to a high school that had E's, no F's. What does E stand for, though, I wonder? Effort? At least we tried. John would never agree to such shenanigans. I'm pretty sure he would. Alright, starting off with, man, I don't even remember what we called all these guys, but I do remember we called this one Flowey. And Flowey was an ever-present force to be reckoned with in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. And he was so unassuming. That's the thing, he's got that cute little smile, he makes the cute little flower crowns. And honestly, the level that you play with Flowey in it, or the Crazy Daisy, I guess, is just so wonderful, so delightful. I made a YouTube short to that effect. Like, I was absolutely delighted when I found out that he would put flower crowns on Yoshi. And so, that's why, when the twist came at the end, I mean, we saw these Floweys in basically every level. And I started to, like, kind of question why that was. And by the way, there are going to be spoilers here. I absolutely am going to be spoiling some story elements. So Flowey, again, spoiler alert, Flowey ends up being the final boss of the game. They grow to be enormous vines, or enormous trees, enormous beanstalks that end up growing a moon-sized orb out of the head of the Flowey that will crash into the planet if left to grow long enough. And that's just nuts. It wiped out all life on the planet. Yeah, that's kind of a shocker, I'll be honest. So, with that said, I don't think I was like wowed by the level. The mechanics are fine. He sprouts like flowers and stuff like that. And depending on like the foods he eats, he will turn different colors, and he can grow different colored flowers. And some of those flowers can sprout fruits like the peppers and the apples and the music fruits and whatnot. So it wasn't like the most engaging, but it was pretty useful. I will say I liked the character. So the character, the moveset, I think it had a lot going for it, but I'm not going to put it in top tier. I think I'm going to put Flowey in Would Read Again. It is a level that I've visited more than once. And yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. So there you go. That's where we're putting Flowey. I don't want to check DMs again. We're doing a tier list! Undertale, more like Minecraft meal. Excuse me. Keep in mind, Flowey is separate from the moon here. That's true. That's true. And we will be ranking that level based on its own merits. Dude, why is Mario worrying about the princess when that can happen? I know, right? Wait, I thought that this is Yoshi's Funny Book. Why are we going to Undertale? Someone told me to name Crazy Daisy Flowey, and that kind of just stuck. It worked out. All right, on to the bunch of bees. I'm gonna go ahead and say right off the bat, I didn't really dig these guys. They were more a pain in the butt than anything. Anytime they would show up in any other level, I would just be annoyed. I'd just be like, oh, come on, get out of my way. And you can't die in the game, so they really were more of just a nuisance. And even in the level that you meet them in, the first level that they appear in, the main thing they do is just steal all the smiley flowers, and then you have to kill all of them and get the smiley flowers back. And admittedly, that was a fun twist on finding the smiley flowers in the stage. But I really didn't like these guys. In fact, in my own personal profile, where I played just on my own time, I called them hurdy jerks. And that's really all they are, is hurdy jerks. Still, I can't say they were egregious. They have their place. And like I said, I do think the whole fact that they stole the smiley flowers at the beginning of that level was novel. That was silly. I liked that part. And you can kill all of them at once and just wrap up the chapter in a matter of seconds. So I'm not going to put it in skip the page. I think that's fun enough on its own that it deserves to go in a tier not at the bottom, but I do think I'm going to say not my favorite chapter. Bunch of bees, you're hurdy jerks and I don't like you, but at least you're not the worst. I only laugh my butt off because I'm a good Christian woman, says Hartley Rants. Sting Bees is better than Bunch of Bees. I do like that name. Sting Bees is great. And the Crazy Daisy lore is so flowy pilled it works too well. Yeah, for sure. Okay, on to the Fluff Puffs. Again, I don't really know what their actual name was, but I called them Fluff Puffs. Fluff Puffs, I thought, were a really interesting creature to play as, or to interact with. These guys are dandelions, and you guys know how dandelions spread. These guys just went all over the place and took over any level they were in, which was not that many of them, but more than one. And yeah, I thought, before I figured out that Flowey had the role that they have in the game, I called these guys the most the most invasive species. And you know, we ended up finding out later in the game that that was not quite the case. Either way, I thought these guys were all right. You can get them to land on an apple so you can carry them all over the place and just sprout them at will, but I didn't really have that much fun with the completion of the level. There were some very tedious challenges, and I don't think that the mechanic by itself is that intriguing. I thought it was neat, but I didn't think it was all that. So with that said, we're just going to go ahead and put that in pretty good chapter. I'm okay with the Fluff Puffs. They're not the best, they're not the worst. I think they're pretty middling. And especially once they were usurped as the major invasive species, that's just one less thing that's so special about them that they have going for them. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and put them in pretty good chapter. Pretty good. Bunch of bees, more like bunch of jerks. Fine, Jeff, you got me. I'm done. I'm Phaethon. Or Phaethon. What does the name Phaethon mean, Justin? I have to ask. Hey, it's Parasite. Yeah. 100%. It's nice to eat them up and get easy eggs at least. Oh, that's true. That's very true about the bunch of bees. And they're one of the only creatures that I remember that results in small Yoshi eggs when you eat them. So that's interesting. Okay, on to the creatures that I called songbirds, but apparently the game calls them croakiokis. And I could not for the light of me figure out how to pronounce that. I think I got it right this time. Croakioki. A play on words, karaoke, but croak because they're frogs. But they have wings and they have bills, and that makes me think of birds. Anywho, okay. So these guys, they act as like springy platforms that sing a note when you jump on them. And that's pretty cool. The level that they were in, they had some fun little songs that they played as you jumped on like a sequence of them. That was pretty fun. The 100% completion though was really, really irritating, especially that one area where they did the happy birthday. And you had to like figure out how to complete the song when not all of them were singing. And man, that was one of the ones I had to look up because even the upgraded hint was useless. So yeah, that part frustrated me. That does bring it down a little bit. But overall, it's not a bad mechanic. You can feed them the song fruits to make them, oh, what do they do when they have the song fruits? I forget. But you can feed them the hot peppers, and then they'll just start jumping around. And if you like hit them with stuff like sharp objects or that kind of thing, they'll like get mad at you. The same kind of effect that they would have with a red pepper. Yeah, that's pretty much it. They're not the most involved. Mostly they're just a passive platform that you jump on and they sing a note. And when you put them together, it starts to get a little bit more interesting. But I'm gonna go ahead and put them in pretty good chapter just because I think that is relatively suiting. I don't really think that they deserve to go any higher than that, but I also don't think they deserve to go any lower. I'm guessing you guys can hear that in the background. A bit late, but I'm back, says Pasta P. Hey, Pasta P, welcome back. When I see run, red, says Phaethon. Okay, let's go on to Glubbit. The only reason I know he's called Glubbit is because that's what he was called in the Nintendo Direct. We called him O, because the face that he makes is an O. The music note fruits gave them the ability to make you jump higher, if I remember correctly. Ah, that would do it. I didn't hear anything in the background, lol, says Yoshi Daffy Duck. Oh, Sky's playing Tomb Raider in the background, and while the bullets bouncing off a stone statue, we're definitely loud. It's time I come clean. Phaethon is my alter ego. I'll just let you two chuds duke it out. When Phaethon comes out, run. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get involved in all that. Question, can the songbirds play Peanut Butter Jelly Time? No. Well, actually, maybe. Because there was a section where you could play like, you know, I think they arranged them in like a pair of like, a set of like 6 or 8 of them. And you could like make your own song. So maybe they could do Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Sky remembers Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Kinda wished he showed up in more levels, says JP. I liked Glubbit. I liked Glubbit too. The whole bubble mechanic was a lot of fun. And one of the promotional images for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, back on Nintendo's website promoting the game, showed Yoshi being stuck in a bubble and having kind of like a surprised or like shocked expression. And my first thought was, well, now Yoshi knows how it feels to be trapped in a bubble, much like Baby Mario. I played Joy to the World on that once. Hey, there you go, Mr. Face. That's creative. Okay, anyway, so Glubbit. I thought it was a fun enough mechanic. I'll wait. Your Mario riding Yoshi shirt looks black on screen, but I know it's kind of a dark blue color. I know, I don't know what's up with that. It is like a darker blue. I actually switched to it specifically so that like it would kind of pop off of the dark background a little bit better than just pure black. I was wearing a pure black shirt before this, but no, I mean like it's super dark, and so yeah, yeah, it is a darker blue, but on stream here it does look blacker. So anyway, back to the PC screen. Guys, the timeline is shifting. The timeline is shifting. I actually thought it was black, says Mr. Face. No, it's a very dark blue. Yeah, I still gotta wait for the cutscene to wrap up. Because I do want to make like a video on the Yoshi Fanatic Extra channel for this tier list, so I don't really want the Tomb Raider audio in the background of that. Jeff, could you please catch up on some comments? I don't want to go through your back and forths with your alt accounts. I don't know if I care enough about your alt accounts. What did you guys think about Glubbit? I'm gonna ask that. And what did you guys think about Glubbit? I mean, wow, Jeff finally stood up to Justin shenanigans. I liked him. Should have been in more levels. Yeah, I agree with you, JP. I liked that he was like a natural predator to the, or at least like a natural, well, I guess natural predator would be a good phrase for it. A good term for the bunch of bees. That was cool. And welcome back, Justin. Yeah, no, Glubbit was a pretty fun character. And yeah, it would have been cool if he appeared in more levels. You know, I wish we got more of like the crossover levels, you know? Like the levels where other characters would interact with other characters. And it would have that kind of effect of like, what's going on here? And it would like change up the stage's dynamics and change up how the stage is played. And yeah, I thought that was cool. I wish there was a little more of that. Though at the same time, maybe not, because that would have made the game longer. But yeah, I've definitely got more thoughts on that when we get to a later creature. Sky, can I have you put on the headphones, please? Yeah, the bullets bouncing off that stone statue were really loud. I want to make a video out of this, so it should, yeah. Let me know if you need any help with it, though. Jacob Spataphora says, yo, 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 yo! What's going on, Jacob? Welcome to the stream. Okay. Now. Oh, I'm sorry. Absolutely whimsical music. Yeah, this is some of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book's music. I think this is the one with Raphael the Raven. Or maybe it's the UFO. Could be the UFO. Let me check. Which one are we playing now? Where are we? Yeah, it is Raven Habitat. It's Raven Habitat from Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Do I want the actual truth? I don't know if I'm gonna believe it, whatever it is. It's not yo-yo, it's oi, 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 oi. I said my piece on the frog too. Oh, I'm sorry, J-Dog, I missed it. Well, as a person who likes reptilian/amphibian type designs, it was cute. I could see it being a Pokemon. Oh, true. Phaethon, who even are you? We've been wondering this whole time, but maybe the real Phaethon is the friends we made along the way. Jeff, do you think I'm this fast at switching alt accounts? I don't know, you could be on multiple devices. You now have a desktop PC, and a phone, and a crappy laptop. You could be logged in on all three. Anyway, so back to Glubbit. I thought that the mechanic of going up in the bubbles to get higher up in the stage and being able to like trail the bubbles behind you, like as if you're running with a bubble wand, which is something my daughter loves to do, so I like that a lot. I thought it was a lot of fun. And then feeding the Glubbit different fruits to have different effects, that was fun too. Especially when I found out that if he eats a red pepper, that destroys the bunch of bees, which earned him some points in my book. Absolutely. I remember when I first got the spiky bubbles from the red peppers, I went up to the bunch of bees. I'm like, call an ambulance, but not for me. So that was a lot of fun. I don't think he was my absolute favorite, but I had a good time playing on that level, so I am going to give it would read again. Yeah, it would be nice if he were in more levels than just the bunch of bee habitat and his own habitat. He was a lot of fun to use. Phaethon is that one guy we're doing the Geometry Dash video with, Jeff. Oh, the joke's over. Okay. It's Sam. The jig is up. It's Sam. His name is literally Eat My Sandwich, and you thought it was John. I'm sorry. You know what it is? John's name on Discord is food, ? And then Eat My Sandwich is Sam, and I get them mixed up because sandwich is food. So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sam. When we do the Geometry Dash video, I will apologize for mixing you up with John. I legit thought you were going to say, I'm a goofy goober. Fantastic. You guys have barely met. What did you think about the trolling debut? I thought it was a little annoying, I'm not going to lie, but I liked the Kevin James thing. Okay, time for, I forget what his actual name is, but we called him Funny Runny. This guy, oh, you're right, his name is Taggett. His name is Taggett because they're playing tag. Although, I guess they take tag to mean as soon as you run into someone, pick them up and run around the stage with them. So, I'm sorry, Jeff. No, it's okay. Justin put him up to it. Justin put you up to it, so I'm gonna blame him. Okay, anyway, so these guys, they were alright. I thought they were incredibly silly when we first ran into him. In fact, the reason we called him Funny Runny is because he looks so funny. And it was a fun, decently paced, sort of level. And having all of them, like, interact with different things on the stage and, like, just run away with them. Finding secrets by hanging off of vines and that kind of thing. I thought that was pretty clever. I don't have a lot of bad things to say about him. So I don't really think I can give him too much of a mixed reception. I'm gonna go ahead and put him under would read again. Fun enough to go there. I'm not gonna be honest. I was really close to putting him in pretty good chapter. And in fact, I might change my mind later. He's really like on the bottom of this tier, but I think it was a fun enough concept. I would put him in would read again. Easy to forget Taggett's nose is actually its mouth. Oh man, you're right. I did forget about that. Jacob says, I saw an article title that said Germany unveils strategy to become Europe's strongest military by 2039. I guess they're backed by popular demand. Yeesh. Curb! Taggett looking sus. Yeah, he does look sus. He absolutely does. All right, we've got Mild. Marching Mild is the Yoshi's Island boss, not the character. But okay, we called him Curb. Curb was crazy, man, insanely memorable. I agree. Curb here, or Mild, if you didn't call him something silly, he had a lot going on for him in that stage. Normally you think about Mild as just being a balloon type enemy, and like when you squish him he pops, and I think that honestly that holds a lot of water until you get to Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, where they are just something else entirely. They spawn out of these pools where if you like pop one on top of the pool, like 2 or 3 others will jump out, and if you do that enough times, a giant Mild will come out of those pools, and then they'll result in like crazy bouncing stuff. Yeah, and they can like bounce other things around the stage too, like there was a songbird or a crokioki somewhere in the level, and in order for you to move forward to get the secret, you had to pop the milds really close to them and just get them to like move. The other thing is Yoshi can eat them, and he doesn't make eggs with the milds. He blows them out of his mouth like bubble gum, and that's really silly. So honestly, I had a lot of fun with these. I'm gonna put them in couldn't put the book down. There was a lot of fun going on there. A lot of hectic craziness that ensues when you get too many going on the screen at once. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, I had a lot of fun with it. Had a lot going for it and not really much going against it. I couldn't put the book down. Classic Yoshi anime brought with a new mechanic, and that's not the last time we'll see that. Apparently 20% of car crashes are caused by drunk drivers. That means 80% of crashes are caused by sober drivers. Theoretically, it's safer to drink and drive. Oh my goodness, that is some logic, I'll say that. I bet those pools of gum liquid taste amazing. I imagine liquefied fruit roll by the foot / gushers, says J-Dog. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I wouldn't go up to that pool and lick it, but yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Well, Jacob, there's a higher rate of people who drive sober than drunk. Silly, Jacob. Yeah, I was gonna say that is the fault with that logic. Okay. What did we call these guys? Sharp darts! We called them sharp darts because I liked the idea of calling them darts because you throw them at targets throughout the stage. And that was a fun little mechanic. They're one of the creatures that can quote-unquote damage Yoshi. If you have the hearts or the health meter exploration tool equipped, it will show Yoshi taking damage from their sharp beaks. And yeah, that checks out. What that means though is you can throw them and into the targets and also like terrain, walls, that kind of thing, and they'll either stick there for being a platform for you, they'll collect things for you, and the main objective of the level is to, you know, hit all the targets. And I thought that was fun. It's one of the only characters, or one of the only creatures that you can use, spoiler alert, in the final boss fight to do damage, like direct damage. So I think they have a lot going for them, but I don't know that I enjoyed the level as much as the mild level. I'm gonna put it in would read again for now. I might move it up later, but that one's pretty high on my list. I had a lot of fun with that one. Peckady, huh? Fun guys to use. I agree. They absolutely are fun to use. Those I have trash aim creatures. Yeah, I do. The guy at the door. Hey Jeff, what's your 5th favorite cheese? What did I say my 4 favorite cheeses are so far? I think I said Parmesan, then cheddar, Parmesan, cheddar, pepper jack is up there. What was my 4th? Did I say mozzarella? I do like mozzarella. I feel like I was saying something about mozzarella being number 4 or something. I'm gonna put Romano. I'm gonna put Romano at number 5. I'm gonna put Romano at number 5. You know what? I'm moving Romano up to number 4 and switching mozzarella down to 5. I really like Romano cheese. We don't get it that much because Sky does not like it. But it has a very strong, very salty taste and makes an excellent cacio e pepe or carbonara. Either one, fantastic. I love it. Winchilldale. I don't know what that is. You had Romano at 4, actually. I did? Okay, well, mozzarella at number 5. I'm gonna put mozzarella at number 5. Thank you for remembering, Solar Flare. Okay, what are these guys called? I don't remember what these guys are called. Hoopty-Coops. I think that they're called Hoopty-Coops. So those guys were interesting. I guess. I mean, all they were was a bird that has a hula hoop and it can like smack things away. And then you can find later in the level like a saw blade hula hoop that really tears down the terrain. I'm gonna say though, it's not a chapter that I was really that interested in going back to. For one, there was there was a mechanic, or there was like a completion thing where you had to like hatch all of the mini Hoop-de-Coops or the baby Hoop-de-Coops, and you could just straight up kill them if you had the razor blade thingy. So yeah, I that wasn't that fun. Some of the challenges weren't that fun, and overall, like, it wasn't that memorable of a mechanic. Creative, I'd say, but not fantastic. I am gonna go ahead and put it under not my favorite chapter. It was all right, but not my favorite. We've got a non-Wallace and Gromit watcher. Alert, alert! You're right, absolutely right. It's Plumbrella. Oh no, I thought it was Hoop-de-Coop. I'm sorry. Where's Hoop-de-Coop? Plumbrella, I think. Oh, there's Hoop-de-Coop. That's the one I meant to do. That's Hoop-de-Coop. This is Plumbrella. Thank you, JP. Thank you. Yeah, let's go to Plumbrella. Plumbrella next. I think I'd also... yeah, I'd put that under not my favorite chapter as well. Fun enough mechanic. I thought that was like a fun throwback to like the Yoshi story umbrella sections, where Yoshi grabs the umbrella and kind of just floats down. Has kind of a, you know, a different like falling mechanic. You kind of glide and in like kind of unpredictable ways as you fall down. Now kind of like translates here. You can catch an updraft and go up higher. And then there are some, there was like a golden one that flies way better than the blue one. Fun enough, I guess, but I don't know. I wasn't really interested in replaying it, and finding or getting all the completion criteria, all the discoveries. They weren't that difficult or like complicated, but the mechanics of the Plumbrella did make it a bit of a pain, especially the one where you had to keep the butterflies from dying in the rain or something like that, and like get them to all the different levels of the plants. That was really frustrating. So I'm just gonna go ahead and leave him under not my favorite chapter. I'm good with that. Fluflies. One of the only auto-scroller levels in the game. It's not really an auto-scroller level, but you've got like this group of these cloud creatures, the Fluflies. They're like congregating, they're making different shapes, and you can like collect them. I forget exactly how you collect them. Maybe it was like just Yoshi jumping up and touching them, or throwing an egg at them or something. Probably not throwing an egg at them. But I thought that it was fun to like watch the different shapes that they would make. It was fun to watch how they'd interact with like the different foods or like that kind of thing. Especially the lightning one where you had to like, you know, singe all the trees and that kind of thing. That was fun. I liked it. And I did play through that level a couple of times, and I had fun every time I did. I don't usually like auto-scrolling sections, but this one I feel like was a standout for me, so I'm gonna put it under would read again. I'm gonna move Funny Running to the end of that just so I don't forget. Like, I might want to move him down because would read again. That's starting to get a little crowded, but let's keep going. All right. What do they call this guy? Thud, I think. I think his name was Thud. Thud is this sleeping giant that you awake with a heart radish, and then he follows you around and eats you sometimes, and then spits you out to do damage to the environment. I thought that the name Thud was fun. I did like... Did I make this tier list? No, this is a template that I looked up somewhere else, but I did change the names of the rankings. I can share this in the Discord later if you'd like. Hey guys, I think it's time we have a new Yoshi Fanatic. Jeff is old news. Let's overthrow him. Let's not! I don't think you have the right. Alright, but Thud... Man, I don't know. Thud is a very endearing fella. But the actual mechanics were really frustrating. Mostly just because Thud is slow. Real slow. Especially when you're trying to turn. I think it might be a bit harsh to say skip the page, though. I'm gonna put him in not my favorite chapter. The mechanics and the speed of the level and the quote-unquote boss encounter, I didn't think they were that fun, and I spent way too long on that level trying to find the last discovery, and that really put a damper on things. I'm gonna, yeah, put him under not my favorite chapter. I'm still interested in your rankings, Jeff. Thanks, Aurora. Appreciate it. His walking speed is the main problem. I agree, and like his turning speed. I had that same problem. I had that same problem with the lungefish, but we'll get to that a little later. Fishing guys, skip the page. Absolutely. Without a second guess, skip the page. Did not like the fishing mechanics. I don't know what his actual name was, but we called him Gone Fishing, or I called him Gone Fishing. And I would prefer that he just stayed gone. I don't care if he fishes. In reality, it wasn't that bad as far as fishing mechanics go, but I do not like fishing mechanics, and this was no exception. Fishing mechanics to me, I know people go crazy over them, but for me it's like they're very slow paced. There's large times, or there's large periods of time where you're just sitting there waiting for the fish to like grab onto the hook, even if you can let the lure sink a little bit, or if you can make it sink a little faster, that helps. But ultimately you really are just sitting there waiting for the fish to grab onto it. And there were some really frustrating discoveries in that one, especially when we brought in the I don't remember what his name was, but that fish that like jetpacks through the water unless he's run out of air. Yeah, I was really frustrated with that one. And there was a discovery in that one that was completely worthless, where you try to catch a tree, you put your lure on a tree and you try to grab it, and Mr. E's like, huh, that didn't seem like a very fruitful endeavor. And it's like, no, I just did it because it was on the checklist. Of course I wouldn't try to catch a tree. I would need a crane for that. So yeah, gonna put him in skip the page. Better off just staying down there, staying out of the book. Just leave him out. It takes 10 hours for that creature to turn. I know. Why is walking speed a concern? Just because you're spending a long time just waiting for your guy to get you where he needs to go. And like when you hit the joystick to the left as he's walking to the right, it takes him like 5 seconds to turn. Just generally when... I don't know what is making the sounds, what baby toy is making those sounds, but if I need to, I'm gonna get up and turn it off. I'm sick of it. Fishing is the anchovies of game mechanics. Yeah, or the pineapple pizza. Did you play as Yellow Toad at all? Lol. As Yellow Yoshi at all? Why did I read that as Yellow Toad? Yes, I did play as Yellow Yoshi some. Why would that even be a part of the research? What world is he living in where a small little fisherman can uproot an entire tree via a fishing rod? I know it. It's another reason why he's going under skip the page. Okay, I don't remember what these guys are called either. I called them Crab Brave because I watch Linus Tech Tips and they do the Crab Brave thing. And these guys are hermit crabs, and I just thought it made sense because these guys can play any instrument you throw at them. And that's kind of fun. They tend to play the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book theme. As you run, they play it faster. As you give them different instruments, it gives it a different sound. And when you get like multiple of them all together, they make like this orchestra, and it's fantastic. Maybe fantastic is a strong word. It is fun. But I didn't think it was like incredible or anything. And finding all the instruments and finding all the little hermit crabs, that did get to be a bit of a pain. I'm gonna put them under pretty good chapter. I don't have any real strong feelings towards them. They were novel for a time, but they wore off pretty quickly. It's not that I would read it again, but it's not that it wasn't my favorite chapter. It's middle of the road. I feel very strongly putting it middle of the road. Fantastic, as in 4? Fantastic 4? Is it bad that I've only watched the Fox ones? The ones with really cringe jokes. Chris Evans as the Torch and the Rise of the Silver Surfer. Not great movies, but they're cheesy enough that they were fun to watch. I love that one just because they make a great band. Yeah, I mean, They do. That was the highlight feature of them for sure. But that, I don't think that was enough to like really win me over, put them at any higher than Pretty Good Chapter. Wait, Jeff, have you watched Sharknado? No, I haven't. That just sounds ridiculous. Did you watch it? And did you enjoy it? JP says, I wasn't super into their level that much, but I like how he sings the Yoshi story theme and Island Athletic theme, so it gets bonus points for me. Oh yeah, I get you there. One of the Mr. East study chapters, yeah, that was fun. I like that a lot. But you can't give him all the credit though, because that also did have other characters come in with their musical talents. It wasn't just the Crab Rave. Mr. E named most of the creatures because of how limited the naming system is. Yeah, I mean, 10 letters? Are you kidding me? J-Dog says, in that stage, or the end of the game version, allowed me to showcase my niche media motif knowledge. For sure. Alright. I don't remember what this guy's name was. Can someone help me out here? But it was the fish that, needs air, and going through, like, air bubbles, and going to the surface to get air to thrust through the water and just like jetpack his way through. There was kind of an opposite sort of creature later in the game, and we'll get to him. Bufflunder. That's not a super memorable name, but I think that was a fun enough mechanic. I mean, if you know anything about me with these platforming games, I like to go fast, and these guys did go fast, and it was interesting because it wasn't like an unlimited speed. You did have a fuel type. It was pretty limited. And it made you really look for the air bubbles and air pockets and areas where you could surface in order to really get the most out of your speed. And going fast, you could break boxes and that kind of thing. So that was pretty fun. I'm going to put him in Woodreed again. I thought it was a pretty satisfying mechanic. Not super deep, but I had fun with it. I would be Rye, as in the Queen's song 7 Seas of Rye. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Sam. I'm sorry. Oh, you were responding to Pasta P. If you were a type of bread, what would you be? If I was a type of bread, what would I be? Oh man, that's such a good question. I'd probably just be your standard white bread. I'm not really that interesting, but you know, I'm old reliable. I'm here when you need me. So, I guess I would just be a white bread. I wanted to say like I'd be like, man, if I had a really high opinion of myself, I'd be like, oh, focaccia. Or focaccia. Just because like that is awesome. And not exactly something that you go to for its nutritional value, but something that's fun to eat and fun to partake in, and you regret it afterwards. I don't know. I'm gonna stick with just being white bread. I love this guy. Makes the water levels so fun. He does, which is why I put him higher than normal. But it is still water levels. I'd be Wonder Bread easily, says J-Dog. Jeff is the most interesting person I know. I'm sorry, you need to find more interesting people. Oh my goodness. Can you tell I don't have like a super high opinion on myself? Okay, what are these guys called? I don't remember what these guys are called. They're the spiky dudes that eat the Flowey's. Flowey's biggest natural predator. Ouchins. They were called Ouchins. I remembered that just before I read JP's message, but yes, they are called Ouchins. And ouch is exactly what they do. They spiky, they hurty, and they eat Flowey's, which at the time I was upset about because I liked Flowey's. These guys act like, I want to say they act like the Spinies in Mario. Like they kind of just circle around platforms and make it kind of a pain to navigate. And I want to give the Ouchin level some extra points because it is one of the few levels that punishes you for doing poorly. If you let the Flowey's get eaten by the Ouchins, you're not clearing the chapter. So you have to be pretty diligent. Not like it's that hard, but it does get extra points for being one of the levels with stakes. I will give it that. And they were very silly. When you throw like a watermelon at them, they'll like eat the insides of the watermelon and just hang out inside the rind of the watermelon. That was fun. I liked that. And for some reason, when you took away their watermelon husk, they would just like make an ooh face at you, and I'm like, why? I'm weirded out by that. I don't want to do that again. Here, you can have your rind back. Ouchins when they see Flowey. Food! Oh, probably gonna like sleep. Okay, Heartley Rants, thank you for tuning in. What's Luigi's self-opinion? Probably also pretty low. Like a mix of Mario Fuzzies and Spinies. Yes! Yes, I said Spinies, but I meant Fuzzies. But yeah, Spinies works too. Because they circumnavigate the platforms, making it kind of irritating to get around them. I don't know. I think they're just as much of an obstacle as they are a feature in the stage. I'm going to put them under pretty good chapter. I think the fact that it is one of the levels that has stakes does bring it up a notch for me. What is this guy called? I don't even remember what we called him. Something about Tony Hawk. Because he's a skateboard. He's a waterboard. He lets you navigate on the surface of the water and do all these fun tricks. That was definitely fun. I remember 100% completing it was not fun, just because like there were some kind of tricky jumps you had to make, which normally I like, but for some reason this was just more frustrating than anything. Still, the amount of tricks you can the number of tricks you can do on the skateboard creature, Gary Hawk. I think it's called Snurfboard. Man, what a silly name. We called him Gary Hawk. Thank you, Yoshi Daffy Duck. Yeah, Gary Hawk. We're gonna stick with that. I don't like Snurfboard. Yeah, it was fun to play. I think I'm gonna put it under Woodreed again. It would be fun to go back to the chapter and, you know, do all the fun tricks. There were a lot of fun tricks to do with that guy. Never mind the discoveries being kind of annoying. I thought it was fun regardless. Jeff, you have it easy on yourself. I literally just compared myself to pseudo bread. Yeah, no, I called myself white bread. Guys, we have only done like 12, I think. How many have we? Oh, we've gotten done like 13. We have like 30 more. This is gonna take a while. Okay, we have Neppy Newts. We called him Poseidon because I thought that was funny. Because fun fact, Neppy Newt is like an anagram of Neptune, which is the I think Greek water of the Greek god of the ocean or the sea. And then we decided to take Poseidon. Poseidon might be Greek. No, Poseidon was Roman. Neptune was Greek, I think. Yes, Greek. Anyway, Neppy Newt. They threw kind of a curveball with this guy. They have like tiny little droplet Neppy Newts. They had them made out of water. I've never really known what a Neppy Newt is actually supposed to be. Turns out they're just sentient water. Like sentient living water from One Punch Man or whatever. But they start as like little droplets. You throw them against another little droplet and they kind of like absorb into each other and make a bigger Neppy Newt. And then you can just keep doing that ad nauseum until you have a big enough one to take out the boss at the end of the stage. You can make them out of mud. You can make them different colors by, you know, throwing apples at them or whatever. I thought that was kind of clever, but I think I'm still going to put it under pretty good chapter. It was definitely a clever twist on Neppy Newt. Not quite as much as mild, though. And again, you're limited by the speed of the character, which normally, like that's going to be a theme. If you're sitting around waiting for the character to move around for extended periods of time, I'm just going to say, yeah, that definitely puts a damper on things for me. So I am gonna put him under pretty good chapter. I keep looking at the list. Jeff, where is Charlie Dompler? Who's that? Love whenever Yoshi does a skating trick and goes, mmm. That was cute. Yoshi's so cute in this game. He really is. The classic Neppy Newt. The hardest name to confirm to non-Yoshi fans. I know it. Okay, Shy Guys. We called them Timid Lads. I really liked these guys. The fact that they were the only, like, I was gonna say domesticated. That's not the word for them. Civilized. They were the only civilized creatures in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. All the other characters are like the wild animals and the wildlife of the environment. The Shy Guys actually made, like their own little towns, their own huts. They had like a food gathering system. They cared about where their belongings went. Like you take them and put them on Yoshi's back, and they'll like point to where the thing they care about is. Like whether it be a key, a fruit, some sort of item, or even just their friends, which is kind of endearing in a way. I thought that was fun. And they were a part of another level that I like. Oh, you know what? There was one thing. They were a part of the mouse character level where you bring them all back to a central hut, and they will literally make you a loaf of bread, and that is amazing. I love that. So you know what? Given that they're civilized, they make Yoshi bread, and they care about each other, I'm gonna put them in Couldn't Put the Book Down. I really, really like the Shy Guys in this game. They're a lot of fun. I would be the bread made by Shy Guys. I like that. The astronaut dude that looks like Zach Hadel. Oh, yeah, he's not actually a creature that you interact with that much. He's like an accessory of the UFO level. That's pretty much all he is. But he is a pretty major plot device. But this is a list of the creatures, not a list of the plot devices. They make homes, they throw parties, they make bread. Fitting topic. I love that, yes. Shy Guy points at something. Yeah, I loved that. Alright, what are these guys called? What are they called? I forget what they're called. Man, can someone remind me of these guys' names? They're the creatures that take over the different fruits as you progress through the level. They were shown in one of the trailers, one of the early trailers for Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Bugyas. Okay, yeah. Bugyas. That is a fitting name because all they do is bug you. Again, they are one of the only creatures in the game that can do active damage to Yoshi and will actively attack Yoshi. I don't know. That wasn't super fun. I'm gonna put them under not my favorite. It was an interesting mechanic. They take over the fruits. They just, you know, run away with the fruits, or if they take up a watermelon, they'll shoot at you. I don't know. They were more of a nuisance than anything. Bugya is a very fitting name. I think I'm gonna put them there. They look like they have kissy lips. Cap and Larp. He'd be above Can't Put the Book Down easily. Cap and Larp. Their gimmick is fun to experiment with. The one where they make everyone fall in love with you is funny. Oh yeah, that one was funny. I liked that I actually befriended the boss of the stage when that happened. That was a fun mechanic. You know what? Just because of that mechanic, now that you bring that up, if you feed them the heart radish, they'll get a group of them following you and like doing your bidding. I'll move it up to a pretty good chapter. That was fun, especially since I befriended the boss of the stage. That was funny. Okay. I don't remember what these guys are called, but I called them Mr. Mouse. They're little mouse thieves, and screw them. No, they are annoying. I don't like the characters. I don't like them in any Yoshi game, because they steal your eggs, they steal your stuff, and that's not fun. The level itself was alright, but these little guys were a real nuisance. Honestly, if it was just up to the character design alone, I would put them under skip the page. These guys are really annoying. I don't like them. But there is one saving grace. The level when the Crab Rave comes to the level, along with the Shy Guys. The Shy Guys get fed up with these little Mouser dudes just as much as I do. Mouser might be the name of them, I don't remember. Lil Mouser, thank you, JP. Lil Mouser's really annoying. The Shy Guys thought they were really annoying, so they set up a cage to trap the little Mousers in. And then a crab rave comes to the level, you pick him up, and he starts playing music, and the little mousers start following you around when you play the music. It's like the Pied Piper. And that was just delightful. Such a delightful little idea. So clever, so fun. Just because of that, I gotta move it up from skip the page. So I'm gonna say not my favorite chapter. The one saving grace is the Pied Piper moments. I thought that was incredibly clever. So yeah, I'm gonna put them under my not my favorite chapter, just because they really are annoying. I don't like them. Man, I cannot remember the names of any of these guys. What are these guys called? They're little nut guys that they'll explode when they hit the water, I think? Or no, they explode after a certain amount of time, but if you have them in the water, it like delays their explosion. Detonut. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Detonut. They explode. They're nuts that explode. And they explode after like a certain amount of time, but if you like get them wet, or especially if you get them muddy, you can delay their explosion. And there were definitely sections that were really, I'd say clever, with that. Like, you could explode giant ones to like unlock water streams. I thought this was a clever enough mechanic, to the point where I'd put it under would read again. It was a mechanic that I thought was interesting. And they did do some pretty cool things with it, so I'm gonna put it under would read again. They had a fun bonus level. Yes, they did. That was a fun bonus level where they like blew up and then like the stage around you started to collapse and you had to run fast. That was probably my favorite one, if I'm honest. Or second favorite. The grab grass was pretty fun too. Alright, Hogger. I think that's what he was called. Hogger. This guy is basically just a giant drill that is also a hog. Hence, Hogger. An auger is a digging instrument, a digging tool, so Hogger. Felt the most like a classic Yoshi's Island stage. It did, and I liked that. Hogger was fun. Hogger went hog wild in his stages. He went very fast. Digs through the terrain very quickly, and just devastates anything in his way. I'm gonna go ahead and put him under would read again. It was a fun enough mechanic where digging through the ground was fun. Made me think of the indie game Pepper Grinder. I still gotta play that. I played the demo. I liked it a lot. I bought the game. I still haven't played it. But it made me think of Pepper Grinder because like you could launch out of the ground, with the drilling motion. It was just fun. A lot of fun. I'm gonna go ahead and put it there. Man, you guys are really gonna have to help me out on the names here. I don't remember any of these guys' names. Maybe I'll like pull up their names on a different tab. Yoshi and them, so that I don't have to keep bothering you guys for their names. Mysterious book, creatures. Creature list. Creatures, list of all creatures. Okay, here we go. List of all creatures. We are on to... Where is he? There he is. Mawstock. We got the Mawstock, ladies and gentlemen. This guy was basically just a giant bug net that was alive and grew when he ate bugs, when he kept getting full. He had a very difficult bonus level at the end of the game, but I'm not gonna hold that against him. I'm gonna put it under pretty good chapter. What's fun is Yoshi in the game, when he's carrying something on his back, or in the case of Mawstock, something in his hands, if you jump 3 times in a row, he will do like kind of a spin jump, a triple jump, if you will. And in this case, it actually came in handy. Like when Yoshi would spin around, it would be like a big sweeping motion that would catch a bunch of bugs in just one fell motion. I liked that. I really did like that. So we're going to put it under pretty good chapter. I don't think I liked it enough that I would go experience it again and again. But I liked it enough. It definitely wasn't on the lower end of my list. Okay, Swarm. Hello, Swarm. Swarm was a lot of fun. This may be kind of a hot take, maybe not hot take, but probably not like an opinion a lot of people have. I thought this mechanic was a ton of fun. Because what the deal is like you either gobble them or just jump on their heads to make them extend to full length, and then you kind of jump off them like a diving board. And if you hit them at different sections of their body, or like at the top and at like different speeds, you'll go like different distances. And I had a ton of fun with that. Jeff, OMG, you're still alive. Lol, I just got out of work. Hey, Heloy, welcome to the stream. Out of work? Isn't it like 11 o'clock your time? That's crazy. Welcome to the stream. You're reminding me I need to drink some water. That's why I thought you wouldn't be live. Of course I would be live. I go to like 2 o'clock my time most of the time. How are you doing, man? How's work going? Swarm is cool, though it's super precise to use. I think that's part of what I like about it, is that, you know, you can get different distances and different heights and all that depending on like how you hit them. And even the bonus stage, I know some people said they struggled with it, but I really liked it. So I'm gonna go ahead and couldn't put the book down. I had a lot of fun with it. Even when like you electrified them and had to try and get the nest, I went around and like lit up every single swarm in the stage, and that wasn't what you were supposed to do. But I just thought the mechanic was fun enough that that wasn't a huge damper on things. Some guy kept staring at me. I don't know why, says Heloy. Remind me what your job is? Beheader. Hello, Beheader. This is the one creature in the game who can kill you. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I thought that was incredibly cool the first time I played it. Again, a level with stakes. That was the first level I played that had stakes. If you remember, I played chapter 1 enough to the point where I could skip chapters 2, 3, and 4 and go straight to 5, and Beheader was the first one on that page that I played. I'm like, whoa, it's such a departure from the rest of the levels. And even though it got annoying, especially 100% completing that level, I still think that it's cool enough that it's a level where Yoshi can actually die and have to like go back to the beginning of the stage. Like, you'll still keep whatever progress you got with the keys that you found, but if you didn't get to the exit with the key, I think the key will go back to where it was. So you actually do have to be careful how you proceed around this guy. I'm gonna put him under Wood Read again. The only thing that really gets him down is the completion, the discoveries. Getting all the discoveries absolutely sucked, and I don't want to do that again. But other than that, that was a cool level. I really like that they had that in there. I was lazy, so I just called him Freddy. Restaurant host. Interesting. How are you liking that so far? Beheader. Skip the page. Very bottom. If it were just the discoveries alone, yes. But everything else about him brings him up to near the top for me. What's the deal with these guys? Stickywick. Helps Yoshi swing across platforms. Ooh! I called him Spider-Man! That's right! Man, that's not a level that I really even remembered until just now. Beheader was sinister, he really was. Over the Beheader. You know, the fact that I didn't even remember this guy was in the game, I was looking at him, I'm like, what is the smooch spider from Yoshi's Woolly World doing here? But no, this guy literally just made you be like Spider-Man. It was a fun stage, a fun mechanic, and I remember having a blast with it. I don't remember the discoveries being that fun, but I had fun enough with the swinging mechanic that I would put it under Wood Read again. Not my favorite, but I'm gonna put it under Wood Read again. Sluggerang. I loved the Sluggerang, dude. First of all, it was incredibly cathartic to just throw the boomerang and have it like destroy grass and, you know, destroy different elements in the stage. And especially when you like avoided him on the rebound, he just went berserk. And then you find like the crystal version of one, and that one like tunnels underground. Oh, super satisfying. And you can throw them at, I believe, different angles, up and sideways, down. And again, avoid them. You can carry two at a time, one by like carrying it on your back and one by gobbling him. Man, super fun. I'm gonna put it under couldn't put the book down. I had a lot of fun with that stage. Sluggerang is easy S tier. Eat your heart out, boomerang flower. Lol. Yeah, no, that I love the Sluggerang. If the boomerang flower was half as fun, it would probably be my favorite power-up. I love ones that alter Yoshi's platformer abilities, says JP. Yeah, me too. Okay. This guy, the Whoosh Wing. Hey, I actually remembered that's what his name was. Whoosh Wing, I thought, was decently fun. He's like a hang glider for Yoshi. The biggest problem is when you run into terrain, he dies, and then normally that results in Yoshi falling to his death. Or into the pit, not to his death. You know, that doesn't really happen in this game. I don't know. Catching an updraft was fun. I thought it was fun enough. I'm gonna put it under pretty good chapter. Just the fact that I'm feeling super hesitant about where I should put it makes me feel like it was pretty good. Like, I definitely wouldn't want to put it any lower, but I don't think I had enough fun with it to put it any higher. These fly guys are great. What? No, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the gliding mechanic, I'll be honest. That's part of the reason why I put the Plumbrella so low, is just gliding isn't my favorite, especially when it's tricky. These guys were less tricky than the Plumbrellas, but I just didn't have that much fun with it. Catching an updraft was fun, getting a red pepper was fun, but I think I got frustrated anytime I would run into something and fall into the pit and have to go back. And the section where you had to race against the one blue one who thought he was all that, I thought that was a little annoying. Clever, but annoying. Is he some kind of shrimp? He kind of looks like that, doesn't he? Okay, on to, oh no. I can't forget what these guys are called. Goonies. Ow! Love the Goonies. Classic Yoshi's Island character. Probably the first one I interacted with, on the Chapter 6, the Remote Isle, which is just Yoshi's Island. I thought these guys were cool. Again, this is one of those cases where you have to rely on the speed of the creature in order to get you around. So I feel like I can't put it super high, but I liked how it interacted with things. Like if it swept down close to the ground, it would like pick things up and carry them around. I don't remember that being super useful, but I thought it was funny. Riding around on them, you could get super high, up to the point where Mr. E's like, "Why, look at that tall vine," referring to the tallest of trees. And yeah, I mean, something else I thought was clever is, you know, in the Yoshi games, if you like ground pound on them or like hit them with an egg or something like that, I forget exactly how that happens, but they'll like lose their wings and just run along the ground. But these guys, if you pick them up in that state and toss them up in the air, they get their wings back. I thought that was really clever. I'm gonna put it under would read again. I don't feel confident enough putting it into couldn't put the book down. I don't think the mechanic was that fun, but I thought it was clever. I thought it was creative, and I had a good time with it. So I'm gonna put it under would read again. It's nice to know Goonies can regrow their wings after losing them. I wonder if that happens with their dry brethren, the bony Goonies, whatever you call them. That's not a great name. That's not a great name at all. Okay. On to Huffin' Puffins. We called these guys Blubberangs because you throw them and they come back to you, but they're also kind of chubby. So Blubberangs. The Huffin' Puffins are always a very helpful ally for Yoshi in the Yoshi's Island games, or at least Yoshi's Island 1. I don't remember if they showed up in the other two Yoshi's Island games. And Yoshi's Story, they were specifically overpowered. They were crazy. I really liked these guys. I thought they had a fun level. Finishing off the level, finding all of the Huffin' Puffins, it was a little bit annoying. And especially when you were trying to get them to like eat different fruits for different effects. They did get on my nerves just a little bit. Mostly because like I would try to get one of the Huffin' Puffins to eat it, and then one of the ones I already had eating a pepper like eats an apple, and I'm like, no, I wanted the pepper. Especially when some of the fruits are like limited in the stage. That was annoying. I'm gonna put them under would read again because I have fun with the Huffin' Puffins, but there were things about it that irked me. Woolly World, the parental homicide one, yeah, that's the one. Huffin' Puffins, always adorable and reliable. Yes, indeed. And if it was a Yoshi's Island game, they'd go in S tier. But these guys did have little annoying things about them, so I'm going to put them in A tier. Would read again. Okay, I called this guy Flood. Like a flash liquidizing ultra dousing device from Super Mario Sunshine. But they call them Jetty Jelly, which that's a fun name too. I had a blast with these guys. They rocket you all over the place. They make me think of that one very similar character in Super Mario Odyssey. I don't know what their names are, but they're like these squids that you douse them in water and you just like rocket around the place and beat up that one boss in the beach world, the beach kingdom or whatever it was. That's what these guys made me think of, and they can go crazy fast, especially if they like absorb a red liquid or a mild, or yeah, they had a lot going for them. I have to put these guys and couldn't put the book down. A lot of fun, that one. There were some not that fun discoveries just because they were hard to control, and like one of the discoveries was trying to catch a fish that was jumping out of the water. That was ridiculous. Gunshins. I liked them. Honestly, I really liked them. Anytime I was in a level with them, I knew I was gonna have a good time. And they came in clutch in the final boss. Absolutely. Alright, I'm gonna have some water. I'm yapping so much that my throat's dry. Okay, lunchfish. Oh, lunchfish. I thought this was a really clever twist on the lunchfish because in Yoshi games just generally, anytime there's a lunchfish around, you're not in for a good time. They will jump out of the water and swallow Yoshi whole. But you use that here to your advantage. So he can eat Yoshi, but then like you can control where he swims and you know, get spit out to destroy certain things or like beat certain enemies or like go into certain places you can't swim because Yoshi can only like paddle along the surface of the water. I thought that was pretty clever. Really annoying to control and had some really annoying discoveries. The very last discovery I got in the entire game was with the lunchfish, and that left a sour taste in my mouth. I wasn't stoked about that. Oh, it's really clever, but boy, when I was playing it, it made me wish it controlled a little better. So, and the discoveries were really annoying. I'm gonna just put it under not my favorite chapter. It was fine enough. I thought it was clever, but not that fun for me to actually play. More interesting on paper than it was to actually experience, I think. Trying to get its babies back from the Shy Guys. Yeah, yep, I remember that. That was a pretty cool twist too. The lunchfish, one of the few female characters in this game since this one's implied to be a mother. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. I probably should have probably should have called it a her because it was a her chasing after her babies. But I didn't. I'm sorry. Okay. Jam Guy. Jam Guys are a lot of fun. All they are is a Shy Guy that plays instruments. And while that might not sound special, I promise it is every bit as good as the regular Shy Guys with instruments and music. And it helps that there are some sections where they'll play like a remix of the Yoshi game, different Yoshi game music, especially in the Mr. E special studies where he plays like a remix of Yoshi's Island's athletic theme. That was a ton of fun. Yeah, they were a lot of fun. I gotta put them up higher and couldn't put the book down. Absolutely. They played Flower Garden, instant S tier. Yes. Took forever just to figure out how to get that one flower. Yeah, that was annoying, but just the overall pleasantness of the level, I have to give it extra points for that. The Bewilder Bird! The main character of the game, you could say. Well, aside from Yoshi, Bowser Jr., Kamek, and Mr. E. Definitely one of the main roles, though. This is the creature that Bowser Jr. gets infatuated with and actually gets trapped inside Mr. E and tries to chase down. It can turn into pretty much any of these creatures, to varying effects. There were only 2 levels with this guy, and they were both like the big boss encounters. You know, I'll put them under Woodread again. just for the fact that you can experiment with like what are the different creatures do in this situation. I gotta give them major points. The Bewildered Bird's a lot of fun, and the fact that it's like the main object of the game, the main like point of Bowser Jr.'s interest, gains it some extra like I don't know, narrative points, I guess. I'm gonna put this one pretty high. Underbit. It was less of a pepper grinder and more of a mole transformation from basically all of the Yoshi games. Nice enough that it doesn't have like a time limit and it doesn't control like absolute garbage. I'd say that out of any of the Monty moles that or the mole transformations from any of the Yoshi games that this compares to, probably would be Yoshi's Woolly World, which is to say, up there. I'm gonna give him a pretty good chapter. I don't like digging that much in these games. I don't dig it, if you will. And his speed is pretty slow unless he eats some special sort of power-up. But it wasn't like a bad level or anything, and I thought it was pretty clever. And what was really funny is when you have him eat enough food in the level, he ends up just, you know, dropping a deuce. And I just thought it was really funny that the game actually did that. That was this game's Bashful Bert from Yoshi's Crafted Worlds moment, except much less inappropriate. He takes a dump. He does. Took forever for just to figure out how to get that one flower. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that already. Oh, what are these guys called? Tumball, I think. These are basically the Chomp Rocks of this game. And they're fun. I like them. You could get going pretty fast rolling around on these guys. Rolling around at the speed of sound, as it were. There were some kind of annoying discoveries. And aside from just rolling around and like taking jumps and all that kind of thing, it didn't have that much going for it. It wasn't that super interesting. I don't think I would put it under Wood Read again. I think I would put it under Pretty Good Chapter. It's alright. Okay, what in the world was this guy called? Billow. This guy was called Billow. They look like South Park characters. Hi, I'm outside right now, so I'll be randomly AFK, says Chris. Welcome to the stream, Chris. How are you doing, friend? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so Billow. I'm gonna go ahead and instantly put him in... Okay, I was gonna say instantly put him in Skip the Chapter, or Not My Favorite Chapter. I think I can pretty safely put this in Skip the Page. Why? I don't know. It was just kind of tricky to maneuver with, and I don't know, kind of just annoying. I would be perfectly fine skipping this level and not even have a second thought about it. I would not go back to that level, except if I were planning to get all the do all the levels in the game again. Yeah, this is one of those ones I just didn't have a ton of fun with. Like, you could jump inside this character and have the clouds trail you and have various effects on the creatures in the level. Like, I guess it was like a noxious gas. Even Yoshi gets affected by it if he sits in there for too long. He just like gets dizzy and starts falling asleep. And Mystery's like, Yoshi, don't fall asleep! I'm good. Do you want to use my template I've shared in the stream? Yes, I think that'll actually be the next thing we do. I was gonna do the Yoshi timeline. I think I'll save that for next stream. I'm excited about it. But you know what? You know what, Chris? I'll actually leave it up to you. I think we're doing a Just Chatting stream next stream too. So would you prefer that I do your do that list, the Fave Games meme thing? The Ultimate Fave Games meme? Or would you like to hear the Yoshi timeline that I've constructed? I remember Yoshi making a weird sound whenever he jumped through these guys. Yeah, I'm not super hot on this character. He's going and skip the page for sure. You know, those blue dotted things didn't look very fun, even from just watching. I'd agree. These guys are called Wiggle Lines. Wiggle Lines were not that fun to play around with. It was a fairly clever mechanic, you could like get going super fast if you like made them steep slides and all that. I'm gonna go ahead and put it under not my favorite chapter though, because they were really annoying to get to do what you wanted them to do, especially when you were trying to get multiple to go in certain directions. Yeah, definitely not my favorite. Yeah. I'd say do whatever you like first, because more power to you. Well, I appreciate that, Chris. In that case, I may just go with the timeline, because I did hold a poll earlier, and that was the, you know what, maybe I'll hold another poll. I can hold another poll after I finish this up, and we can have that vote again. And yeah, whatever the audience decides. Okay. What in the world is the... Oh, right, the Goopsie. Another one that I forgot existed. I don't even remember what these guys really do. They like help you stick to walls or something? I don't even remember them that well. And I think just the fact that they're not that memorable, I'm not going to say to skip the page, because I do remember that they weren't awful. But I'm going to put them under not my favorite chapter. Just not something I remember very well, and sticking to walls, I think that the spider creature did it better. So, yeah, not my favorite chapter. I called him Mr. Gooey Guy. I don't remember what I called him, JP, but that's an interesting name for him. Okay. The Crud Worm. Fitting name. This guy was Crud. If this game had a damage system that actually meant anything, this guy might actually be kind of scary. Kind of an imposing, looming threat. He did seem pretty scary. He had like all those rocks and mud around him that was like acting like a shield. He was one tough cookie. But a tough cookie can't really do much against an unstoppable force, that being Yoshi, because you literally can't die in the game. And it's one of those bosses that really made me think about the war of attrition sort of thing with these boss characters. And this is one of the boss characters that really solidified to me that unless the boss has stakes superimposed onto it, because they can't damage you, they're kind of pointless. Sorry, not sorry. These bosses kind of sucked. Except for the last one. So I'm going to go ahead and put this guy and skip the page. If it were possible, actually it absolutely is possible to skip this page. I don't recommend skipping the whole page, but I definitely recommend skipping this boss. Not worth it. I already know Piranha's gonna be and can't put the book down. Yes, you do, J-Dog. The Piranha plant is absolutely, undoubtedly an S-tier creature. I love how they did these Piranha plants in this game. You could feed them different things to make them different colors and have different sort of effects to them. They would eat their own young, and if you fed them enough and gave them like enough of all the traits, you got like this massive super Piranha plant that just devastated everything in the area. Ton of fun. I liked that mechanic a lot. Putting it in, couldn't put the book down. No brainer, absolutely. Bounce Seed. Oh. You know, I thought it was a fun enough mechanic. I'm gonna put it in Woodreed again. It's fun enough to jump off of them to get them bouncing all over the place, you know? Yeah, they have a lot going for them, I'd say. You can bounce on them repeatedly to get them to go higher. You can plant them in the ground and grow more bounce seeds. You can use them to get to areas that obviously Yoshi wouldn't be able to, without the ricocheted egg jump, get to very easily. And when there's a ton of them on screen, it just gets chaotic. So I'd put it under Woodreed again. It's not anything super duper special. But I think that it was fun enough to play around with that I would read it again. The rest of the creatures I haven't played yet, says Mr. Face. Okay, well, if you want to tune in, if you want to tune out to avoid spoilers, feel free. But I am going to keep going through them. The Wash Squash. The mechanic was interesting enough that I would normally put it under maybe pretty good. But you know what wasn't good in that chapter? The music. The one level where I actively hated the music was the Wash Squash stage. The one level that had kazoos, because for some reason it couldn't be a Yoshi game without kazoos in some respect. I was actively annoyed the entire time I was playing the level, and it's not even the mechanic's fault. It was fine enough. You spray like leaves to make flowers bloom, and you can like cover them in clay or mud and then bake them and make like a water bottle for the Shy Guy. There were some clever things about it, but I'm gonna say skip the page to save your ears from just the atrocious music in that stage. Honestly, I don't know what happened. Most of the music in this game is at least good, if not really pleasant, but not in that stage. Absolutely hated that music. And I'm sorry, Wash Squash, but that's not even a great name. As a water shooter, he's neat. Baking him alive is crazy, though. It really is. And even finding the fossilized ones that have 2 nozzles. That was interesting. But the music, I hated the music that much. Okay. Can't be a Yoshi game without the infamous kazoo, says Mr. Face. Yeah, I mean, yes it can. It would be a better Yoshi game without the kazoos. Alright, Grab Grass. Not my favorite chapter. The whole mechanic is that you're supposed to let him chase you around and like grab stuff, and the entire point of the level is getting him to extend so far that he breaks. I don't know, but that's not super engaging to me. He did have a really fun special level in the challenges in chapter 12, Mr. East challenges, I think. But the character himself, I don't know. There's some interesting things about him, but I just don't like him enough to put him any higher than this. Definitely not a skip the page, but I didn't really care for it that much. So not my favorite chapter. I don't know. I don't think judging him for the music isn't super fair, but that's just me. He's in other levels too. Yeah, I don't know. I associate him with the music of that stage because that's primarily where he's from. And anytime I see him, I just think, ugh, that music sucked. And it's not really a fun enough mechanic that I feel that bad about putting it too low. Might be harsh, but I don't really like him. Okay, what's this guy? The Spin Cone! Spin Cone is absolutely one of my favorites. You can jump on top of him and accelerate him to decent speeds, or you can tail whack him and absolutely wreak havoc with him. That was a fun, very cathartic level. I gotta put it under couldn't put the book down. I had a lot of fun with that level. Not really that much to say. It's not that deep of a mechanic. You just smack him with a tail and make him go super fast and destroy things. You can hop on top of him to get him to go faster. And there were like fun like sumo fights that the guy would get into. Very fun. You can make him fall in love. Yes, there's like this princess spin cone at the end. That's fun. What's this guy? I don't even remember this guy. Gobble, the Gobobble? Gobbles creatures and stores them inside its sacs that form in its body? I don't even remember this guy. Like, at all. Like, I seriously don't remember anything about this dude. I literally don't remember him. What is it? How did I not remember this dude? I literally don't remember what he does, even after I read the description on this website. He was a boss. Oh! Oh, thank you! I forgot he was a boss. That one boss that ate Junior and Kamek and every other creature. Got it. Got it. Didn't like him. Skip that page. Another boss encounter that is simply a battle of attrition. Yeah, he was just about as interesting as the crud dude, the crud worm. Yeah, I just don't like the bosses in this game. I'll be honest. When they're actual boss encounters, didn't really care for them. You're still doing the tier list, the Solar Flare? Yes. Yes, I am. There's a lot of creatures, what can I say? And he looks stupid, says Yoshi Daffy Duck. He does look stupid. I don't feel bad at all about putting him under skip the page. On a good day, he might make it up to not my favorite chapter, but yeah, I'm putting him under skip the page. Screw that guy. Baby Flu Fly. Sticking multiple baby flu fly to an insect transforms the insect into a big cloud creature. I don't really remember that much about this guy, but I remember he was in chapter 9, which was Mini World. He makes a gross sound, lol, but unique mechanics. Yeah, I think that's why on a good day I could put him under not my favorite chapter. I didn't even find the mechanics all that interesting either. Like, interesting enough, I guess, but not that engaging. I really didn't like that boss. Man, I don't really remember this guy's level. The Flu Fly. I guess I'll just put him under not my favorite chapter, because I don't really remember much about that stage at all. If it were more fun, it would be sticking in my mind more, and if it were less fun and more annoying, it probably would have stuck in my mind more. I'm gonna put it under not my favorite chapter. I don't remember anything about it. Okay, the Magnified Scatter Puff. Just another extension of the Fluff Puffs. Basically the same mechanics, except just bigger now. I'll put it under a pretty good chapter just because I put the regular Fluff Puffs under there, and I feel like the magnified Fluff Puffs are exactly the same thing but big. So yeah, I'll just put it under a pretty good chapter. Upshoot. Man, I don't know what it was about this chapter that annoyed me. I think it was probably mostly the discoveries. I didn't have that much fun with it. The whole idea with this guy, the Upshoots, is that they'll you interact with them by getting them to pop out of the ground, because they're normally scared of Yoshi, but when they're magnified, they're not as scared. They'll follow you around, and they'll break different environments, or different things in the environment. They will kill the bunch of bees. That's a plus. And it was like a pseudo boss encounter that honestly was better than any of the boss encounters in the game, other than the very last one. So you know what? I think it had enough going for it that I'm gonna put it under pretty good chapter. It's definitely not my favorite, but I think it was better than D tier, or C tier. I'll give it a pretty good chapter. I'm probably gonna go sleep now. Good night, all. Good night, Mr. Face. Thank you for tuning in. Aside from the fact that these guys crashed my game, I do dig the giant parasites, Fluff Puffs. Love how you platform with them. Yeah, that was clever, but again, I think that, just the fact that they're magnified and they're the same creatures, they have the same mechanics, it makes sense. I'm just gonna put them in the same tier. It's way more fun than the normal sized ones. Well, I'm glad you had more fun with them, and they do have a little bit more going for them, but I don't think enough that I would put them in A tier. What even are these guys? The Hufungus continually extends upward while standing on its head. Can be steered by moving Yoshi. These guys, I remember these guys now. They weren't that bad. It's not a chapter that I'll be returning to anytime soon, but they weren't that bad. I think, okay, so yeah, they just continuously move upward, and you direct their movement by standing to one side or another of them. There was one discovery that was really annoying, and that was getting them to go side by side. Really annoying, that one. Though there were also nice things about them. I liked that they're a magnified creature. So there was a Flowey that dropped his flower crown, and he was sad. And we picked up the flower crown and brought it back to him. That wins him some points in my book. We're gonna put him under pretty good chapter. Not my favorite, but it did have some extra good things going for him. So put him under pretty good chapter. Okay. The Spring Hopper. I think the Spring Hopper it had some good things going for him and some things going against him. I think the base mechanic of being able to spring off of the ground and the walls to gain height was fun. I really did like the base mechanic, but there were some levels that it became a real getting over it with Ben Foddy situation. Especially when you had to just have the one Spring Hopper by himself. There were definitely times where I was getting frustrated with it. I think it kind of balances out. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put it under pretty good chapter. Blue KFC, thank you for subscribing. Hello, friend. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Okay, these guys, the magnified lungefish. So the picture here is just the creatures that are within the lungefish. Presumably the young hatchlings of the lungefish, maybe. They're living in their mother's stomachs, their mother's body, even when they're hatched. It's a really interesting sort of cycle they've got going on there. This chapter grossed me out. You play on the inside, like in the guts of the lungefish. And there was like a boss encounter with Bowser Jr. and Kamek where you have to like burst him out of a bubble or something like that. This chapter grossed me out. I literally felt like I was gonna throw up at one point or another. So, like, the base mechanics of it are fine, but I will put it under not my favorite chapter. I didn't really like it that much. I don't have a Switch 2. 1 year after it launched 1 year ago, says Blue KFC. Yeah, the only reason I even have a Switch 2 is because of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I had to get it to cover it, and I don't regret it. My son's really enjoying the Switch 2, and I've enjoyed it somewhat too. There's definitely instances where it comes in handy with making some games run way better, like Minecraft on the Switch. We started playing Minecraft on the Switch 2. The Switch 2 version doesn't come out until like end of October, but the Switch 1 version runs so much better on the Switch 2. It really does. Remember when the babies devoured that fish? I do. That was interesting. I wonder if that's how the lungefish feeds its babies while still within its body. This is the frog all over again. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. The blorps. I liked the blorps. You get these guys to multiply. I'm gonna go ahead and call it multiply by standing on a certain platform and just getting them to have a cuddle. And the interesting thing about them is they reproduce, and their offspring has a trait based on the platform that they're standing on. Really weird creature they are. But you can get some really overpowered combinations. Like, the combinations are you can jump on their head to get some massive height. They have like this big bounce pad. You can get the ones that glide, and then you can get the ones that have like a beak that, you know, breaks things. Really interesting creature. Not really, I wouldn't put it at the top of my list, but I would put it under Would Read again. I think that one is definitely worth putting up there. I enjoyed that mechanic. Spring Hoppers, JJ, skip the page. Yep, yeah, that's definitely one that he had me play. The Raven, Raphael the Raven. This isn't Raphael the Raven, but he may as well be. I thought this level was really cool. So, going back to Yoshi's Island for a second. In Yoshi's Island, Raphael the Raven is an embiggened raven that you fight by circumnavigating a moon, Super Mario Galaxy style. And I thought that was fun. That was one of the more fun bosses in Yoshi's Island, I think, and that has some stiff competition, so yeah, it's up there. But this one, you ride on the back of the Raven as he circumnavigates moons like he did in that boss encounter. And there's star bits. You can power him up by eating star bits to get him to jump higher, to traverse to other moons and stuff like that. I thought that was a ton of fun. I'm gonna go ahead and put him under Couldn't Put the Book Down. I was enamored with that level. I really was. You think the moons Raven walk on are Daisy's whose robots died out? Oh, maybe. Or whose roots died out. Why did I read robots? Whose roots died out? Maybe. That's possible. That is possible. Absolutely. Good observation, honestly. With the floating moon buds floating in the atmosphere. That's entirely possible. I like that theory. Seeing ravens with open mouths eating things. Strange to see. True, yeah. You never see them open their mouths otherwise. Alright, the Cuddlefoosh. I don't know why that name sticks so well in my head. The Cuddlefoosh was really tricky to get the mechanics down just right. But once you do get them down, it is a lot of fun to navigate. The Cuddlefoosh eats flowers, I think. Eats flowers, eats apples. I can relate to how much of a glutton this guy is. And there was like this race at the end against like his brothers and sisters to get to his mama fastest. I think that was a fun level. I'm gonna go ahead and put that under Woodreed again, for sure. That was a fun level. The race took me a couple tries. For sure, it was a little tricky, but once I got the hang of it, I got the hang of it. Alright, the LEDs. I just like the name of these guys. I think that's clever. They sing la-dee-dee. They're much like the songbirds or the croakiokes, in that they are a music-based creature, that you know, I think that they would sing in chorus together and harmonize if you jumped on them without touching the ground. And I think that was definitely a bit of a step up over the croakiokes. Especially when you get the different gems in there that have different attributes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was fun. I liked it. Doing the 100% completion was definitely irritating though, so I'm not gonna put it under my favorite. I think I do give it a little bit more credit than the croakiokes. I will put them under Woodreed again. I love the LED so much as Blues Cat. Honestly, the chapter 10 levels were a lot of fun, and yeah, I give them a lot of credit, honestly. Astro Doppler looking at the UFO being represented and not him. That's where I usually sit. Right there. You're in my spot. But in fairness to the UFO, which is next, Mr. UFO, he was the main character in that level. Like the scientist, the Astro Doppler guy, was definitely present, but he was basically just an accessory to the level. The UFO I thought was a really interesting mechanic. Like, it wanted to learn everything there was to know about the different creatures and would take it back to this database to like upload things or upload data. That said, it was really, really annoying to control, especially if you needed something to go up high in the level. I'm gonna put it under not my favorite just because it was difficult and like finicky to control, and again, especially to get up to the higher level areas. I'm gonna put him in pretty good chapter. The only reason why I'm putting him under pretty good chapter is because that astrophysicist or that scientist dude that saved the creatures of the world by putting them in Mr. E, he does show up, and you get to go see his living quarters, and that was pretty cool. So yeah, we'll put him under pretty good. Without Mr. Scientist guy, that goes into not my favorite chapter. I didn't really have fun controlling it. The professor just didn't want to leave, I guess. Yeah, true. Maybe he got stuck himself. Who knows? The LEDs sound like 80s synth. They do, especially when you get some certain gems. Yeah. Okay, and finally, the moon. This is the final stage of a Crazy Daisy's life. It gets so giant that nothing can kill it except lack of oxygen when it reaches the upper atmosphere of the planet. And when it dies, the moon-sized face of the Crazy Daisy plummets to the surface, killing everything in a just apocalyptic world-ending event. The narrative behind this thing is insane. The boss is one of the only bosses in the game, probably the only boss that feels like it has any kinds of stakes, mostly just because as you're fighting like the soul of the moon, this Crazy Daisy that looks like something out of Kirby Superstar Allies, or no, it's just Kirby Star Allies. I don't know why I keep calling it Kirby Superstar Allies. Whatever. The soul of the Crazy Daisy that devours Kamek and Bowser Jr., the different phases of the boss fight, the different stops it pulls out, it was a really cool boss fight. And again, the stakes in that it can't like actually damage you. You can't actually die, but you can lose. Just because like if you go to the end of the game and don't get all the creatures in the game, you're very limited as far as how you can deal damage to this guy. But it's one of the chapters with the it's one of the chapters with the Bewilder Bird, which lets you tackle it any way you choose, which I like that a lot. I'm gonna put it under Woodreed again just because it is a boss and the bosses are kind of lame in the game, and this one's no different. Well, okay, it is different, but it does still have that weakness of not being able to damage Yoshi, so its attacks really seem like more of a delaying the inevitable than anything. And if he can just delay it enough, then you'll lose. That's the only way he can win. So, yeah, I'm gonna put him under Woodreed again. It's not without its faults, it's not without its problems, but I did like it a lot. You think the bosses in these games would have been better if they had time limits? Because it would give them a bit more stakes. I think it would. Like, any kinds of stakes in the game would make it better, I think. Yeah. Like the one creature, the Gabobble. If like you didn't beat him fast enough and he just like ran away with Bowser Jr. and Kamek and you just didn't save them, that would make that one a lot more interesting, I will say. But it didn't do that, so it sucked. Well, anyway, there you go. There is my tier list of the different creatures in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I think that's a pretty good list. I'm pretty happy with it. But let me know what you guys think, and I'll share this in my Discord, and you can share your own lists. Let me know how you rank the Yoshi and the Mysterious Book creatures. I'm very curious to know. So there you go. That's my tier list for the creatures in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I've never played this game, so I have no say. Fair enough. If this version of Yoshi can't die, is he finally a worthy opponent to Airman? I mean, he'd be just as worthy of an opponent to Airman as the Yoshi's Island Yoshis would be, because they technically can't die either. They don't have their own health gauge. That one guy who loves the fishing guy looking at this. Yeah. Agreed. I'm sorry, guy who likes fishing mechanics in video games. I just don't. Alright, I want you guys to decide what we do next, because I'm not quite ready to go to bed. Not quite. The final boss was a Sonic Frontiers moment. I thought it was more of a Kirby Star Allies moment. But I want you guys to decide what's next. What do we do next? So I'm gonna say the Yoshi game timeline. The ultimate fave game meme, or casual review / rant on Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Not gonna lie, I might want to save that for next time because I'm kind of running out of steam just a little bit. All honesty, review / rant would be easiest this slate. It might be. But I don't know, like, I'm alright with doing all of them. Honestly, the fave game meme might take a little longer. That might take like an hour and a half. We might be up pretty late for that one. But I want you guys to decide. In the meantime, in preparation for getting the the Yoshi timeline setup, I do have a little bit of setup to do on my end for that. Currently 50% for Yoshi game timeline. I instantly pick Yoshi timeline. I gotta tell you, man, I've been super excited about this timeline because I came up with some crazy stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go to application capture, filters. I'm gonna pause the source record. Okay, OBS recordings. I do want to keep... this. This is going to be the Yoshi creature tier list. So I have that recorded. Can't stop me now. Okay. So the Yoshi game timeline looks like it's winning out. I will give it another minute. Jeff, what about the millions of timelines created because Bowser time travel? Don't worry, friend. I have the solution to all 3 games that have time travel elements. I do have a solution. Hang on. Actually, there might be more. I forget exactly. Give me a minute, and I think that I can get out of this now that I don't think that'll crash OBS on me. Will I need to play Yoshi Island Chain of Memories? Yes. No, it's it's one of those situations where you know, you don't need to play everything. I would recommend that you play a few games to get the story gist of things. Particularly I've been wanting to go back and play Partners in Time partially because of this timeline. So I do want to open this up. Or Yoshi's 350 over 200 over 67 days. 7 days? Fantastic. That's so funny. Man, I gotta find the timeline page that I had. Timeline maker, there we go. I want to sign in. How do I sign in? My account. I want to go to my account. Is it Smart Draw? I forget if it was Smart Draw or not. Was it this one? I feel like it was this one. Hang on. Do you think Yoshi has had a multiverse all this time? No. My explanation for it actually does keep everything neat and tidy without needing to rely on multiverses. Believe it or not. I use Canva. I didn't really like Canva for making a timeline. I found a different app for it. Give me a sec. What did I use for it? It wasn't Timeline Maker. No, it wasn't Timeline Maker. 1 second. It wasn't that. Open history page. It wasn't lists. It wasn't web to PMG. Untitled design Canva. No, not Canva. Templates. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. Where was it? Look at the note at the top left corner. You could use Photoshop. Oh no, I'm sorry. I meant for the timeline thing. I think it was this one. Log in. Man, is it this one? 1 sec. Wasn't that? One sec. I feel like it was this website. Oh, look at that. Hey, Jeff, have you played Battle Block Theater? Ultimate fave game meme is at 50%. Oh, my bad. Well, it looks like yours actually might win out. I'm going to give it just another minute while I'm trying to figure this out. Is it under spam? It's not under spam. Is it under trash? It's not under trash. Where is it? I don't remember what software I used, actually. That stinks. Man. I'm sad now. Maybe it was Smart Draw. I don't remember what it was. Oh, yes, it was Smart Draw. Untitled document. Yeah, it was this one. Man, how do I get back to the timeline maker? No, I guess I used this one called Smart Draw. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, this is the right one. For some reason, Open? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I've got one all set up. Like, I made the template earlier. I made the template? I made the document earlier. The whole timeline, but I'm gonna have to delete it because I want to go over it again. I want to go over it with all of you. We got a lot to cover, but I am going to use the template just because if I don't, it'll be super annoying to like set all everything back up and all that. No, the thing that I used for making a timeline is Smart Draw. That's what I used. Okay, I think I've given you guys enough time for the vote. Let's end the poll. It looks like we have a tie. Okay, time to flip a coin, yeah? I gotta flip a coin. I gotta go get a coin. Give me a second. Oh, that's what's making the sound. I'm gonna turn this up. There we go. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I got a quarter. Was that a toy sound in the background? Yes, it was. And I couldn't figure out which one it was until just now, so I went and turned it off. We should not hear that anymore. It's under the refrigerator. Okay. Guys, I have a quarter here. We have a tie. We do have a tie. Okay. Ready? Heads is gonna be the ultimate fave game meme, and tails will be the timeline. Here goes. I caught it weird. I'm gonna do it again. It's heads. It is heads. We're doing the ultimate fave meme thingy-mabob. I don't really want to call it a meme. I don't really feel like it's a meme. Okay. Well, we are doing the thing. The ultimate fave game meme. And I hope I can do this relatively fast-paced. But I guarantee nothing. We might be here for another hour and a half. But let's do it. What's the website with the... it's right there. Steam grid thingy. We got it. I think we're ready. Let's go to full screen. Okay, so courtesy of Chris in the Discord, he shared this template for the ultimate fave game meme, which has a lot of different categories that you can choose. A game, a character, a genre, that kind of thing, and load it into, you know, your categorization, your ranking of different categories. So that's exactly what we're gonna do here. So thank you, Chris, for sharing this in the Discord. Let's have some fun. Jeff, is your favorite game Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric? How did you know? All right, we have a game that everyone should beat as number one. A game that everyone should beat. I feel like for a game to be something that everyone should beat, it's gotta be universally appealing in some way, or historically significant. Geez. I don't really want to put too much thought into it, because if we do, we'll be here until morning. Oh, easy, Battletoads. I'm gonna say Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. 1, because that is the game that single-handedly saved the gaming industry back in 1985 from total, oh, I want to call it collapse. I don't know if I can actually call it collapse. But because Super Mario Bros. Was so significant, it's been made so constantly available, it's absolutely a classic. It is the father of modern video games. So I'm gonna put Super Mario Brothers. I'd put Chrono Trigger, says Chris. That's a good choice too. I haven't played that one yet, so I really don't have anything. I don't really have any say in that one. So let's go to this website, Super Mario Bros. 1985. So I just need to get the artwork. Save image. Super Mario Bros. Okay. So I'm new to using Canva, so please bear with me. So I just scale this down. That fits in there pretty good, actually. I didn't line it up super good, though. A game that everyone should beat, I'm giving it to Super Mario Bros. Best story, I'd put Final Fantasy VI. Best story? Oh my goodness. I am not a story buff in video games, unfortunately. That's gonna be really hard for me. Best story. So bear in mind, by the way, that I'm going to be very limited to the games that I've played, or that I at least have good knowledge of. That is going to limit me. I may miss some fan favorites, like Final Fantasy VI, Vincent put. Final Fantasy VII probably goes up there. Final Fantasy games just in general. But I'm not familiar enough with the story to put them there. Celeste has a really good story, but I don't know if I'd put it at the top. I got one. I'm thinking Hollow Knight, just because the depth of the lore that is in that game. I don't think I can give it quite to Silksong, just because Hollow Knight is like the birthplace of the game series at this point. And I think it just solidified itself with such, you know, such lore, such heavy story that you could really dig deep into, and the fans have. I'm gonna give this to Hollow Knight. I thought about going Celeste. I thought about going Ori and the Blind Forest. I even threw up the consideration of Twilight Princess, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. But I think I am going to give it to Hollow Knight. I really gotta line these better, honestly. I think that's as good as I'm... yeah, I can do a little bit better than that. Ah, no! Hang on, stop! Because, like, when I... yeah, I can line them up a little better. I'm a perfectionist. Yeah, Hollow Knight, I'm gonna give that best story to Hollow Knight. Favorite visual style? Man, there are some good ones, man. Epic Mickey has a pretty good story, but I wouldn't put it on top. Yeah, no, Epic Mickey's pretty great too. Favorite visual style? That's so tough, man. Like, I really like the cartoony yet clean look of the Kirby games, but that feels a little too vanilla. Yoshi's Island is definitely special for me. Man, easy Cuphead. Cuphead is very, very endearing. But I'm not a big fan of the rubber hose animation style. I think it was a very impressive art style, but I wouldn't put it as my favorite. Does that have to be a different game each time? No, it doesn't. You can do repeats. It's the thing itself says it's okay to put the same game in multiple slots, and if you have nothing that would fit for a slot, skip it. So, favorite visual style? Man, I don't know. Oh, I really don't know. There's some good options out there, man. But the Yoshi games really do strike a chord with me. Particularly the Island games, Island and Island DS. Like, part of the reason that I like Super Princess Peach as much as I do is because it reminds me of Yoshi's Island in a lot of ways. Island DS in particular. You can put same game in different category, but please restrain yourself from putting the same game in every category. Oh, absolutely, yes. Yoshi's Island series? Man, Ori and the Blind Forest was so pretty, though. Oh my goodness, that game was an absolute delight to look at. I don't know that it's my favorite visual style, but it's the one that's popping in my head right now. I'm gonna give it to Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Very, very colorful, very varied in its environments, very flashy. I'm gonna give it to Ori and the Will of the Wisps for now. It came out in 2020? That's insane. Oh, I can't do a video. Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. Save image. Ori and the Will of the Wisp. And keep in mind, there are a lot of art styles that I like. There were a lot of games that were flying around my head. The Yoshi's Island games, definitely up there. Just because, man, I'm very, very attached to the Yoshi games, and I think you can tell that. Obviously, I'm the Yoshi Fanatic. Of course that's gonna happen. But, let's see, what else flew through my head? Cuphead was considered, but ultimately I don't like the rubber hose style that much, so I'm gonna skip out on that one. I thought about the Metroid games. They're very impressive looking games, but the photorealistic doesn't really jive with me that much. Breath of the Wild was really nice. I gotta give it to Ori and the Will of the Wisps right now, just because it's so spectacular. Favorite game series, easy, Donkey Kong, because it's spin-off into Super Mario, Yoshi, and Wario. Favorite game series? Oh, you know what? I'm having one of those days where I think that Metroid is going to win out for me. So I'm gonna give it to Metroid Dread right now. Just in general, Metroid, it's in stiff competition with The Legend of Zelda, but today I'm feeling Metroid. So let's give it to Metroid Dread. That's easy. Yoshi. Oh man, nope. Nope, good sir, nope. The Yoshi series is not my favorite series. I wish I could say it was, but it's not. Yoshi is my favorite video game character, by far, and I do resonate with his games, to the point where they're like third or fourth favorite on my list. But they are not my absolute favorite. I wish I could say it was easy, but it's not. You know my favorite game series, says Vincent. Undertale, right? I love the artwork of the Mega Man series. Also, Jeff, Mega Man lore is depressing. Oh, I've heard. Best shooter. I don't play a lot of shooters. Man, I don't play a lot of shooters. I don't really think I have anything for this category. I'm gonna give it to Metroid Prime just because I have very little experience. I didn't play Doom. I don't play like any first-person shooters. Are there any that I played that I actually resonate with? No, I don't think so. I'm gonna go with Metroid Prime. Remastered. just because I like that box art. Oh, I like it enough. Metroid Prime. 3D shooter, 2D shooter, it's up to you. I just don't have a lot of experience with shooters. I'm gonna give it Metroid Prime though. I think that Metroid Prime deserves it for me. Like, I really, really do like the Metroid games, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty positive toward the Metroid games right now. Best multiplayer, Smash Bros vs. Mario Party. Best multiplayer. I'm gonna give this to Mario Kart, actually. Because it is so universally appealing. Mario Kart 8 is the first video game that my son ever played. Ever. Like, because of the accessibility controls. Accessibility in the controls, the accessibility options. You can just sit there and press the item button every once in a while and still have a good time. Especially if you're young. That's how we first got introduced to games. I gotta give it to Mario Kart. We'll throw Mario... I like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe a lot, so I'm gonna give it to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This might take a while, guys. But it is a fun exercise. I do like it. And once again, I want to remind you guys, I have to be limited to the games that I have exposure to, and the game, and more ideally, the games that I have experience with. Best humor? Conquer, I guess. I didn't play Conquer. The games that made me laugh the most, I've got to give it to either Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi. And I think, just slightly, I resonate with Mario and Luigi more. I tend to like the humor in that series more. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with Mario and Luigi. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Hang on. I have to use the ampersand. Yeah, I really, really liked Mario and Luigi. It's such an off-the-rails sort of video game series. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. And again, like, the Paper Mario series also resonates with me, but I think not quite as hard as Mario and Luigi. Partially because I wasn't really exposed to Paper Mario as early in life as I was to Mario and Luigi. Like, I think when I first got my Game Boy Advance, I must have been no older than like 11. And Mario and Luigi was one of the first games I had on that system. And I must have played that game like 40 times, dude. It really does resonate with me very hard. What's going on, Derek? What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Okay, best fighting game? I'm gonna give that to Smash Bros. Because it's really the only fighting game I have experience with. I mean, I've tried Street Fighter. I've tried like Clay Fighter. Clay Fighter's fun. But the inputs of it, I just don't wrap my mind around it, you know? Like, having to do, you know, quarter D-pad rolls and then certain button combinations. There's some combos I'm never gonna learn. And those games tend to be so competitive, I can't really compete. So I'm gonna give it to Super Smash Bros. Partially because of its universal appeal. So there you go, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Jeff, did you miss my last comment? Maybe I did. Best humor? Conquer, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry, no, Vincent. Vincent says, honestly, Undertale isn't my favorite RPG. That's Final Fantasy VI. I just really like and Azrael is one of my comfort characters. Gotcha. That is fair, friend. The Final Fantasy games are very popular, so I can't fault you on that at all. With Smash, it's nice that everyone has a universal control scheme. I think that's part of what I like so much about it. It's like, it's easy to pick up and play any of the characters. And like, yeah, I'm not going to be good with with all of the characters, but I'll at least like know the basic controls. Ironically, well, maybe not ironically, perhaps fittingly, the Street Fighter characters I find very difficult to play as, partially because I don't know the Street Fighter combos. Me and my friends always play Tekken whenever they're at my house, and honestly, Tekken's one of the big names. I've heard that that's one of the ones that you play if you're serious about fighting games. I'm just not into it. Just with different moves for each of them. Yes, I do appreciate that. Best horror game? I don't play horror games. I'm gonna leave that blank. The only one that I could even put in there is Luigi's Mansion, and that does not count at all. So yeah, no, we're not doing horror game. We're not doing best horror game. Why do I like it? Oh goodness. Why do I like it? I feel like I have a pretty, I want to say like a boring sort of, you know what? No, I got a game for this one. I got a game for this one. You guys will be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I'll just tell you what it is. It's Yoshi Topsy Turvy. It's a game that, honestly, doesn't have a lot going for it. But I think because it's cemented in my childhood, and because I do think that it had guts to do something different with the series, I appreciate it. I have fun with it, honestly. But it's a game nobody else likes. It is widely regarded to be one of, if not the worst, Yoshi game. And I can't fault people for that. I really can't. It really does have a lot going against it. But I just think it's interesting, and honestly, I quite liked it. So that, yeah, there you go. Yoshi Topsy Turvy. Made my list for why do I like it. Best horror game? Baldur's Basics, obviously. Baldi's Basics. Never played it. Game that you had low expectations for, but it became your favorite the more you played. Is that on here? Game that you had low expectations for it, but it became your favorite the more you played. I'll have to think about that one. First Yoshi game here and it's topsy-turvy. Yeah, right? Favorite OST? Oh man, that's tough. There are some good ones. Some really good ones. Ori and the Blind Forest had one of my favorite, or Ori and the Will of the Wisps. So there was one trailer that really hooked me. But with the music, it was just intense, and it has like the really pretty vocals in the background, really nice. But I can't say that's my favorite because the rest of the game's music is kind of just atmospheric. Super Mario Galaxy, super good. I think I gotta give it to Mario Galaxy. I was gonna give it to either that or Woolly World. Maybe Skyward Sword. You know. No, I can't give it to Skyward Sword. It does have one of my favorite one of my favorite songs in any game, that being Ballad of the Goddess. Oh, so good. But the entire OST isn't like that. I gotta give it to Mario Galaxy. That's Mario Galaxy 2. I want to give it to Mario Galaxy 1. I mean, I know that they're the same. Really? No, Super Mario Galaxy 2007. There you go. Oh man, that is such good artwork. I'm doing that one. And it makes me think of JP's masterpiece. So yeah, gonna give it to Super Mario Galaxy. That might be a little bit cliche, but yeah, I gotta give it to Mario Galaxy. I do. It's just banger after banger. So many of the levels have such good and memorable music, and none of them fall flat, I don't think. They're all so good. Best roguelike/roguelite. I don't play roguelites. I am not interested in roguelites, so skipping that one. I'm referring to why do you like it category. Oh, yes. That's not really how I envision Yoshi Topsy Turvy, but I get that. That's a reasonable approach. So we're gonna skip best roguelike. We have a lot more to go, guys. Favorite simulator? I don't really play simulator games. I'm not interested in simulator games. Nope. No simulators for me, friends, so I gotta skip that one too. Favorite free-to-play game? I don't really do free-to-play games either. This might be silly. This might be really silly. But you know what? I spent a lot of time playing it. I spent a lot of time playing it as a kid. I'm not gonna tell you what it is until I actually get the picture in here. And I'll give you my reasoning for it in a minute. If you're old, like me, you'll get this. 3D Pinball Space Cadets. This is my favorite free-to-play game because on my parents' Windows XP computer, this is one of like the pre-installed PC games. Free to play, came free with Windows. I can't tell you how many countless hours I just tried to get a high score in this game. And Sky too. Sky resonates with that too. She and her dad would always try and one-up each other's high scores. I don't do free-to-play games. The only free-to-play game I've even actively put in lots of time into is League of Legends, and I will not put that on my favorite anything. I just won't. So, 3D Pinball Space Cadet. I'm gonna give it to 3D Pinball Space Cadet. We're looking at Gusty Garden. I love it so much, says Blues Cat. Yeah, absolutely. For Mario Galaxy, definitely. Fall Guys, fair. Disney Speedstorm, fair again. Best roguelike, Enter the Gungeon. I haven't played that. Oh, this is a classic. Never heard of it, says Yoshi Daffy Duck. This came pre-installed on all Windows XP machines. 3D Pinball Space Cadet. I remember that one too. Heck yeah, dude. Let's go. Alright, favorite antagonist? You know, I sometimes think of this and I've tried to think like, you know, I want to pick something more interesting than Bowser or Ganondorf, and I usually just end up picking one of those two. Not today. Not today. Give me a second. I don't even know if you can really consider her, I don't even know if you can really consider her an antagonist, but I'm going to put her in here just because I think she fits. It's Battleon from Celeste. The protagonist character's literal inner demons. I can't really think of much that speaks of a good antagonist than the inner demons and the doubts that face you on your climb up whatever mountains you're facing. It's not the mountain that is your antagonist, it's your own self. What a narrative, what an appropriate narrative antagonist. And at the end, she comes around and she helps you. But I think that she's an antagonist throughout enough of the game that I'm gonna count her as an antagonist. Yeah, she counts. She's more like an alter ego to Celeste. I really like Battleon. It's just pinball, but why do I like it? This is Chris. Yep. Jeff, when your character goes into a League of Legends, your character gets every poison debuff in the galaxy, knowing the smell of League of players. Fantastic. No, yeah, League of Legends, I played that a lot with my friends. That is time I will never get back. But I don't regret it, really, because I made a lot of fun memories and had a lot of fun laughs with my friends when we played League of Legends. League of Legends is absolutely a video game that is best shared with friends. If you're gonna play it by yourself, play something else. Don't be a sweaty League of Legends player. Don't be that. Alright, well, this one's easy. I think you guys know the answer to this one. I gotta try and find my picture of it, though, but it's Yoshi. Of course it's Yoshi. Obviously it's Yoshi. Yoshi is my favorite video game character in all of video games. Of course he's going to be my pick. But I need to find a good picture for him. I mean, I have good pictures for him. Hang on. Give me a second. Artwork, maybe. Nah, I'm just gonna Google it. Give me a second. I've got pictures of Yoshi in various places on my computer, but whoopsie. We're gonna, man, what Yoshi design do I want today? I like this one. We're going with this one. Oh man, can I actually use this type of file? I don't know if I can. We're gonna try. Yeah, we can. Heck yeah. It's Yoshi. Obviously it's Yoshi. Of course it's Yoshi. Who else would it be if not Yoshi? I mean, that's who it's gotta be. Yoshi. Duh. I'm the Yoshi Fanatic. Favorite side character? Oh, that's definitely a harder one. I don't really think about the side characters all that much, if I'm honest. You know what? In the games where he appears, I think that it's actually kind of appropriate to have Yoshi as a side character as well, because in the Mario games, he's also a side character. So, yeah, we're going with side character. Tingle from Zelda. My favorite antagonist is Kefka, says Vincent. He's actually one of the first villains who actually won in gaming. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna put Yoshi in both. I think he counts in both. It's a double Yoshi explosion! I love that, yes. Favorite female character? That absolutely goes to Samus Aran. I gotta find a picture though. A picture that, Man. That's a pretty good one. No, I don't want to go with that one from Metroid Other M. Trying to find a good picture of Samus to use for this list. I like this one. This one works. It's absolutely a fan art, but it's really well done, I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and use it. Hopefully it's not AI. Oh man. Here we go. Favorite female character? Oh no, it's Fuzzy! It's Fuzzy. Whatever. I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking to my guns. Maybe I'll fix it later, if I have time. And I'm not feeling, like, exhausted by the end of this. Samus Aran. I love spontaneously happy Jeff sounded there. Favorite female character is either Toriel or Celis. Says Vincent. I don't know who those are. Thought-provoking? I don't play a ton of thought-provoking games. I'll go with Celeste. The narrative in it is definitely, I think it's worthy of, most thought-provoking for me. Like facing your inner demons. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Celeste. I put Big Rigs because I thought it would be funny. That it is funny. Absolutely, it's funny. Yeah, I'm going with Celeste for this one. The biggest disappointment, I have often talked about my biggest disappointment with video games, and that is TMNT Mutants in Manhattan. I remember seeing that as one of the modern Ninja Turtles games that looked like it might actually be something special. And it just wasn't. So, Mutants in Manhattan. Maybe just type in, there it is. It had to be the full Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutants in Manhattan. I wasn't gonna type all that out. Mutants in Manhattan. So there you go. Ninja Turtles, Mutants in Manhattan. Sad to put that in there. I love the Ninja Turtles, and that's why I was so disappointed. Because I love the Ninja Turtles franchise so much, I saw this game, I got excited for it. I thought it looked good, I thought it looked promising, and then I played it, and I was bored by level 3. I just can't do it, man. It's not that fun. Dang, the artwork looks so good. I know! That's one of the parts of it. It looks really good. I love that art style. When you get in the game, it's not quite as good, but on the box, it's great. So yeah, I'm gonna go with that as my biggest disappointment. You like, but everyone dislikes. Yoshi's Crafted World. I like that game a lot more than most people do. So, I think that works for me. Yoshi's Crafted World is definitely going in there. Because I think I see some of the interesting and different things it does, and experimental things. Things that make it stand apart from Yoshi's Island. The fact that it brought in the ricocheted egg jump. The fact that it had 16 worlds with 3 levels apiece or so. The fact that it had like different transformation levels than any other Yoshi game before it. The fact that it mixed up how many smiley flowers were in a level. The fact that it made smiley flowers a key to progression. Maybe those weren't all great things, but they were different, and I enjoyed that about it. That said, it might be one of those games that I may shift down on the old top 10 list, depending on how I feel that day. I definitely put it under Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, and absolutely Yoshi's Woolly World. It is absolutely Good Feel's least good Yoshi game, but doggone it, I appreciate it more than most people do. So I'm putting it in You Like, but Everyone Dislikes. Jeff, look what they've done to my boys! What console is that Ninja Turtle game? It is on the PlayStation 4. Honestly, a big disappointment for me was We Happy Few, since the story was so cool, says Vincent. Gotcha. What I like, but everyone seems to dislike, is Zelda 2. That is an excellent choice, Vincent. Absolutely. He was all like, double Yoshi Explosion! Yeah, no, I love that. I wasn't even thinking of it, but it absolutely works. Whoa-shi! It's a double Yoshi Explosion! You dislike, but everyone likes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, no. Do I have a game that I dislike that everyone else likes? I don't know if I do. Let me look through here. Oh, yes. Yes. There's a couple. Today, though. I want to say the Sonic series. Yeah, I want to say the Sonic series. I don't think any of them are particularly bad. I don't know, like, I don't want to put Sonic Generations on the list there. It's not like I dislike that game that much. I mean, I haven't even played it, but I got really frustrated with one of the levels that I did play. I'm gonna give it to Sonic Generations, unfortunately. Sonic, but which one? I know, all of them. Take this as an emblem of me not liking Sonic. The fact that both modern and classic Sonic are in there, it's gonna make the best scapegoat, I think. Please note that I don't think Sonic Generations is bad. I don't think Sonic as a series is bad. But I just don't like it. I don't really like the Sonic games. I'm sorry, but I don't. Sonic just doesn't do it for me. Oops. Can I pin this? Okay, lock, yeah. There we go, that's better. Just put Sonic Boom on there. No. No, because everyone dislikes Sonic Boom. Underrated? Huh. What games are underrated? Okay, let me move on to overrated first, because yeah, I'm gonna move on to overrated first because that's a lot easier for me to think of, and maybe like thinking of that first will put me in the best frame of mind. I'm gonna put Star Fox 64 in overrated. It's not like it's bad, but I just don't get the hype. I might also put Pokemon here, but because Star Fox is more fresh in my mind, I'm gonna put Star Fox 64. And remember, overrated doesn't mean bad. But the fact that this game's story has been told 5 times now, I feel like Nintendo overrates it. I feel like everybody seems to like Star Fox 64 so much, and I just have to ask myself why. I think the on-rail shooter genre just doesn't do it for me. It really doesn't. Jeff, I thought you were gonna say Pokemon. I was really considering it. I was. And mark my words, I do think Pokemon is overrated. But I think nowadays enough people cry out against it that I think it's starting to get to be more properly rated. Everyone has Star Fox 64 on a pedestal, just everyone. I think it's overrated. I feel you, Jeff, but for Final Fantasy VII, I'm getting really sick of Final Fantasy VII. That's fair. Blues Cat says, I love Sonic Generations visuals because they look really photorealistic for a 2011 game. It looks better than the most recent Sonic games, in my opinion. That's fair. And, like, I do think Sonic Generations is up there in terms of, like, best Sonic games. But I chose it because both modern Sonic and classic Sonic are in there. And Sonic Frontiers, nobody liked that game, so I wasn't going to put that in there. Alright, underrated. I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but I'm glad I took a pause and really considered it before I chose something that was less appropriate. Or less relevant, I guess, to me. This is going to Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book may not be for everyone. It's certainly the most niche out of the Yoshi games, by a long shot, absolutely. But the game has some of the craziest lore implications that I've ever seen in a Mario game. Or a Yoshi game, or whatever series you want to consider Yoshi to be a part of. Look, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book spurred me to make an entire complete timeline of the Yoshi game series, and it hugely affects the Mario series. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book did that. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book unlocked the lore of the Mario games for me and just made it all click. On top of that, I feel like everyone looks at this game from a surface level perspective. The fact that people look at this game and they're just like, oh, you can't die, it's a baby game. I hear you. I know you want challenge in your games, and I'm with you. But Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is so much more than people give it credit for. This is, right now, my quintessential underrated game. Like, this game, seriously, after I rolled credits after chapter 10 of this game, I seriously put it in contention for being my second favorite Yoshi game, overtaking Woolly World. I really did think that highly of it. After the honeymoon period faded, I do put Woolly World above it, but Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is so ambitious. It's got such deep mechanics, it's got such deep interaction with everything in the levels. It's very ambitious. It's not for everybody, but it is not just a baby game. And honestly, the fact that it didn't even sell 1 million units, given Nintendo's recent financial report, criminal. I want to sing this game's praises. I want this game to be much more successful. I don't necessarily want the rest of the Yoshi games to be like this, but I want people to appreciate this game and see it for what it is, instead of just judging the book by its cover. Underrated to me is Cavern of Dreams, and honestly, watching a speedrun for that game is hilarious, says Vincent. Yoshi looks very happy that Sonic is in the list. Okay, favorite game from developer / publisher you don't like? That one is pretty easy for me. It's Faye by a, I think it's an EA studio. It's either EA or Ubisoft. Both are like devils in the gaming landscape. Both can do no right. Except when one of their small, indie-like studios creates an absolute banger of a game in Faye. I wish I remembered who this was by. Someone correct me if it's EA or Ubisoft. I know it's one of those two. But the actual studio that made it, the name of it is Zoink. Right? That's a really funny name. But this game did a lot for me. Yeah, I think of Blue Fire as a 3D equivalent to Hollow Knight. I think this is a 3D equivalent to Ori and the Blind Forest. It is very good, very imaginative, very unique. Has a lot going for it. It just, when I first played it, it may not have clicked with me right away. But then when I gave it a second chance, I couldn't put it down. I had such a good time with it. I really, really liked Faye. And if you haven't played it, I encourage you to give it a go. Especially if you can find it on sale. I think I got it for like $5 on an eShop sale. I'm sure it even goes for less than that now. Especially if you get it on Steam. I got it on my Switch. I really liked Faye. Diamond in the Rough, absolutely. For me, it's the Simpsons game by EA. Who developed Faye? Faye game developer. Yes, Faye is a platform adventure game developed by Zoink and published by Electronic Arts under its EA Originals program. Yeah, so it's published by EA. Didn't see that coming. Okay, game you dislike from the developer or publisher that you like. Well, I mean, I gotta figure out a game that is from Nintendo. Or do I? Game I dislike from a developer or publisher that I like. Okay, I got it. And this may be controversial, but there is a very surface level reason why I don't like it. I grant that it is art. I grant that it is, you know, I grant that it's got a lot of character. I grant that it's gained its awards for a good reason, but Okay, you know what? There's more than a surface level reason for this. Hang on. This might put me on a gaming cross. I'm putting The Last of Us. The main reason is I don't like zombie games. In general, like dark, gritty, post-apocalyptic games, I don't like. The Last of Us is absolutely that, but it's incredibly compelling, got a fantastic story, people are very attached to this game. You know one of the reasons why I don't like it though? It's made by Naughty Dog, right? Hang on. I'm pretty sure it's Naughty Dog. Give me a second. The Last of Us developer. Yeah, it's Naughty Dog. You know what Naughty Dog used to make? Crash Bandicoot. You know what else they used to make? Uncharted. Where did those series go? Yet we got 3 remakes of The Last of Us. I'm a little bit spiteful towards The Last of Us. So it's not that I dislike the game that much, but I don't like zombies, and I don't like the fact that after this came out, Uncharted was dead. Crash Bandicoot was dead. Actually, they're clickers. Yeah, thanks, Vincent. Yeah, no, I'm going with The Last of Us. And sure, I could probably come up with something from Nintendo, something that's like, oh yeah, everyone can get behind that. I'm going with The Last of Us just because it's spicy. Favorite violent game? Okay, this one's easy. I don't play a lot of violent games. That's part of the reason why it's easy. And this is probably going to come back up later. I almost guarantee that it will. Ghost of Tsushima is probably my favorite violent game. And I consider it violent because there are some pretty brutal assassinations and killer moves, especially when you unlock the ability to throw the Mongols into terror, just frighten them off by just beheading their leader in one of the base camps and just carrying around his head and being like, run for your lives. I love the samurai mechanics. I love just how it really does make you feel like a samurai. And this game is just so bloody good. Really, really good. For me, Dead Rising or Doom, says Vincent. That's fair. Chris says, it's just as bad as, oh, they're not zombies, they're infected. And I think it's just stupid. I thought that of like Maze Runner. Anybody ever watch the Maze Runner movies? Because, those frustrate me so much. And the reason why is because it had such an interesting story at first. And then all of a sudden, movie number 3 is like, oh, never mind, it's just a zombie movie. I'm like, come on, dude. You had something really interesting, like with real intrigue and like, what is happening? I want to know. And then they just made it zombies. I hated that. Absolutely hated that. Blues Cat says, for me, it's Mortal Kombat or Call of Duty Black Ops. That's honestly fair. Very popular choices. Favorite family-friendly game? Man. Does that just mean my favorite game in general? Let's see. Is favorite game in here? 200 IQ strategy, OMG, those vibes. Favorite hardcore game, favorite co-op, depressive game, not for everyone. Favorite game from your home country, good game with a bad community. You always come back, a relaxing game. Fan game from fans for fans. Good game, Roadmaster. Will beat you someday. You can play this game forever. Okay, yeah, I'm putting my favorite game in here because my favorite game is family friendly. And that's gonna be Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 is my favorite game of all time. I think you guys know that by now. And it really is family friendly. What's more family friendly than Mario? Well, okay, maybe you can think of some things, but it's certainly up there. The mustachioed plumber is the golden boy of video games for a reason. He is essentially universally appealing, no matter how young you are, no matter how old you are, no matter if you got kids, no matter if you don't, no matter if you're in any particular point in your life, no matter if you're on the train and just want to beat a level or two, or if you want to just get deep into the mechanics and become a speedrunner that is world class. Everybody can find something to like about Mario. And Mario 64 is the quintessence of that concept to me. Yas, King, says Blues Cat. Oh, man. I know, Jeff, the Chuck series, the Chucky series. Oh, yeah, my favorite. Okay. Favorite indie game? Going to Celeste again. Celeste is my favorite indie game. It's got some stiff competition, man. Shovel Knight was the first indie game that I fell in love with. Shantae is fun. Not my favorite, but it's definitely fun. And I've played almost all the entries. Those are fun games. Hollow Knight and Hollow Knight Silksong are incredible. But Celeste has the guts to be a difficult platforming game that is not for everyone. It's got a deep, compelling story that, you know, adults, teenagers, people going through stressful times in their life can really resonate with, but it has the guts to punish you. Well, it doesn't punish you, but it's extremely difficult, and it's got the guts to not back down from that concept. It's so good, though. It's got everything I look for in a platformer and more. For me, it's Terraria. I love this game so much. That's absolutely fair. Sometimes I forget there's always a Goomba on the box art. Yeah, right? Favorite AAA game? Man, what would you even consider a AAA game that I even play? Alright, you know what? Never mind, I got it. Although I don't know if I would even consider this a AAA game. Ghost of Tsushima? I was thinking about it. But I think this one really resonated with me as my first big, what I would call AAA game. It was also at the point in my life where I was starting to branch out and try and play games other than Nintendo games. It was one of the first games I really looked forward to on my PlayStation 4. And it's one that I absolutely put hours into, man. As soon as I was done playing its Nintendo equivalent, this rocked my socks. Horizon Zero Dawn. I still have Horizon Forbidden West. I haven't opened it yet. But Horizon Zero Dawn really clicked with me. The first time I wanted to like look into the game and like figure out what it was all about, I couldn't remember the name of it. So I called it game where you play as a hunter fighting robot dinosaurs. Horizon Zero Dawn came right up. I ordered it, I played it. I actually played it first before I played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I actually streamed it way back in the day on my old YouTube channel, hoping that it wouldn't be as popular as Zelda Breath of the Wild and that I might be among the top streamers playing the game. That didn't work out, but I put it away. I played Zelda for like a month or two, and then I came back to Horizon Zero Dawn, and it absolutely hooked its thunder jaws into me. I really love that game, and like I said, I have Horizon Forbidden West, but I haven't gotten a chance to play it yet. It's still in its cellophane wrapping, and one day I will play it. And I've heard that its refined gameplay elements really do take the cake. But Horizon Zero Dawn, gets the spot for my favorite AAA games. What's going on, Isaiah Distant Lands? I'm gonna call you Distant Lands if that's okay. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Vincent says, Jeff, would you ever play RoboCop Rogue City? I don't know, probably not unprompted. It's not a game that I'm not attached to RoboCop. So, you know, yeah, I'm not really attached to RoboCop, but, you know, if I was shown it and I thought it looked cool and I was asked to, like, stream it or something, yeah, maybe I'd consider it. Just call me Zai. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm doing all right. What about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm up way later than I was hoping I would be, but I'm having a really good time. I hope you guys are too. 200 IQ strategy. Okay, I do not play strategy games. I don't even play tactical games. I don't really play games that require a ton of brain power. But I haven't played Zero. There's one game that I have not been able to beat because I just can't figure out how to play it well enough. And it's the closest that I'm gonna get to 200 IQ. You know what? No, I take it back. There's another game. I was gonna put Fire Emblem in here, but it's not really that complicated. But you know what I do like? That takes a decent amount. It takes a decent amount of brain power. I'm gonna give it. Hang on. I'm gonna give it to Portal. And specifically Portal 2. This is one of those physics puzzle games that, it's extremely clever. I don't... Let this be the, indication to you guys that I really don't play a lot of games that rock your brain that hard. I don't play strategy games. I don't play RPGs for the most part. Portal 2, I think, is a game that really does make you think in different ways about physics. And I'm a physics guy. I really, really liked this game. So I am definitely gonna go with Portal 2. Will you make a review video of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book? Yes, I will. That is the next video I want to make on this channel. And I'm coming at it from the perspective of, well, it's super underrated. It deserves a lot more credit than it gets, I think. So I'm gonna be coming at it from that angle. Yes, I will be. OMG, those vibes. OMG, those vibes. Man. I don't play a lot of vibey games either. Man. I really don't play a lot of games that would go under this category. Those vibes. You know what? I got it. Not because it's particularly vibey, not because it, like, looking at it, you just feel something, but because when you get through it, when you uncover the story of it, it really does. If it doesn't move you to tears, there's something wrong with you. Did we make it to the end of the list? Wow, we actually made it all the way through my playlist. Okay, we're doing it again. We're playing through the Yoshi playlist again. I can't believe we actually ran through it all. If this game doesn't hit you right in the heart when you get to the final boss, when you see their connection to one of your main ally characters, it moves you to tears. It really does. Out of a silly Paper Mario game, I wouldn't have expected it to have vibes like it does. May not be the best pick, but honestly, I'm giving it to Super Paper Mario. Favorite hardcore game? I don't play a ton of hardcore games either. Sadly, this game's story has been spoiled for me. Oh, I'm sorry, JP. I'm sorry. I mean, that really does take away a lot of the, that really does take away a lot of the impact that it has. It really does have a lot of impact. Favorite hardcore game? What would you guys consider a hardcore game? You know what? I'm gonna skip this category for now. I really want someone to tell me what they think is a hardcore game. Because I don't know. Favorite co-op? Favorite co-op? I do not play a lot of co-ops either. Oh. I really don't play a lot of co-ops. My goodness, I'm trying to think of any co-op games that I've played. I can't give it to Yoshi's Woolly World because that's just too hectic. Cuphead might be up there. I might give it to Cuphead, honestly, because that game's a ton of fun to play co-op. You know what? No. No, fam. No. And this is going to go to another category, too. This is definitely going to go under another category. I'm giving best favorite co-op to Minecraft. Because really, what is Minecraft? What is a Minecraft experience? Or, you know what? I can't say it like that. What Minecraft experience is complete without having played multiplayer at least once? This has been the game that my son and I have been playing together for a couple of months now, and I'm gonna tell you, he has not let up on it at all. If we get through a night without having played at least a little Minecraft together, you could tell I was too busy, because I almost always make at least half an hour for JJ at the end of the night to sit down and play Minecraft with my son. Honestly, I can't think of a game that I have played that I enjoy co-op more than Minecraft. And Minecraft is a sandbox game. You can play it however you want. You can play it PvP if you want to. But when you're building something together or overcoming a challenge together, it makes it that much more rewarding. So I'm gonna put Minecraft as my favorite co-op game. Minecraft is the game of my generation, says Bluescat. Indeed. Honestly, it's probably the world's most favorite, most popular game still. 300 million copies? I gotta tell you, man. They really made something special here. I've been thinking of getting Celeste. It goes on sale a lot. Huge recommendation from your local Yoshi Fanatic. Celeste is incredible. Though if you don't like hardcore, though if you don't like difficult platformers, Sky tried playing the game and she just couldn't get into it because she couldn't even get past level 1. It was too hard for her. So, I mean, it really isn't for everyone. Favorite hardcore game, modded Terraria. I play Calamity a lot on Infirm mode. When you get to favorite game in your home country, remember, Retro Studios is an American studio. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. Did anyone have a good definition for what a hardcore game is? If it's games with hardcore modes, I'm leaving it blank. I hate hardcore modes. Depressive games. I don't play depressive games. I really don't. Part of me wanted to put Celeste there because... Yeah, part of me wanted to put Celeste there because it is a game purely about depression. But the overarching theme of it is overcoming that depression. You know, it is depressive, though. Bleak, very bleak, dark world. Even the ending of it. Like, you saved the world, you saved the kingdom or whatever. but there's not really a good there's not a good end for the night. And Hollow Knight Silksong, you know what? I'm actually gonna give it to Hollow Knight Silksong. I'm sorry. I gotta bring some variety to the list. Both of them are quite depressive games, but I'm gonna give it to Hollow Knight Silksong because even the good ending, there's some sadness. Hollow Knight Silksong takes it from me. And there we go. Depressive games. But make no mistake, Hollow Knight Silksong is incredible. It's very, very good. I wish that I hadn't stopped playing it for a while because it makes it really hard to go back to it if you've put it down for a while. And I didn't finish it. I did beat the game. I did that on stream. I got one of the other endings after the basic ending, but I never went through with Act 3, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't because honestly, I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of the game, and it's going to be really hard to go back. Hardcore just sounds like it's pure difficulty, but that might not be the most accurate, says JP. That's what I'm wondering. Does hardcore mean like hardcore mode? Does it mean difficult? Does it mean blood and hell storms and everything like that based on like Doom? What does it mean? Final Fantasy VI is my depressive game there. There are many moments of the game that are sad, says Vincent. Understandable. Hardcore means games with hardcore mode. Okay, I'm skipping it then because I don't like hardcore mode. I don't like hardcore mode. I feel like it's too big of a punishment. You invest hours, tens of hours, hundreds of hours into a game and you die once. No matter if it's a silly death or a dumb death or a death that felt unfair, and everything you work towards is deleted. I can't do hardcore mode. It makes me feel like I've wasted my time. Nothing but a waste of time. Die once and you got nothing to show for all those hours you sunk into it. I can't do it. I won't do it. I won't. So yeah, no. No favorite hardcore mode. Not for everyone. You could put the game that considered hardcore like Call of Duty. See, I don't even like those. You know, there was a time when I put as my status on my DS Lite when we went into PictoChat. I put as my status, I'm a hardcore gamer. I think I just meant that I really like video games. I don't think I'm a hardcore gamer. Games that make you feel, make you real deal. Games that, like, put hair on your chest. Oh, man. Okay. I'll bite. Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot is going to be my choice for favorite hardcore game. Mostly because that game is tough as nails, dude. And honestly, with the extra life system, it may as well be a hardcore game, especially when you get to the bridge that never ends, or the road, or the high road, or whatever it's called. Yeah, I'd classify that as hardcore. And if you beat that game, you're a real gamer. You sure are. Look at you go. Okay, not for everyone. Man, that's tough. I like games that feel like they could be made for everyone. But what does it mean to even what does it even mean to be not for everyone? A game that's niche, right? A game series that's niche? that's appropriately niche. This might be where I put Fire Emblem. But everyone seems to like Fire Emblem nowadays. That's easy. Terraria. I can't get my friends into it. Fair enough. I've completed Crash 1 countless times. Oh, I've completed it too. But it really is a game that puts hair on your chest. The Zero series? Oh, that's a good one. I haven't played it, so I can't really say. Not for everyone. I really don't play a lot of games that I would not consider made for everyone. I prefer Shining Force over Fire Emblem. I hate the idea of perma. Fair enough. Hello there, Furno. Welcome to the stream. Chan Furno? I'm just gonna call you Furno if that's okay. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I think I am gonna go ahead and put Fire Emblem because ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't know why I said that. That's repetitive and redundant. But at the end of the day, I do think Fire Emblem, while it's gained a lot of traction, in recent times, I do still think it's not a game for everyone. I do think it is still niche. Just by its genre, the fact that it is a turn-based tactical game does put it in a niche that's not for everyone. Certainly it is appealing nowadays more than it ever has. And it's gained a lot of momentum with the reveal and the gameplay direct of Fire Emblem, whatever it's called. What's the new Fire Emblem game called? I don't even remember. But I'm going to put Fire Emblem here. That said, if it is your cup of tea, it is very good. I loved Fire Emblem Awakening. And I'm not a tactical RPG guy, but I really did enjoy that one. Doing good. I saw Mysterious Book in the title and was super hyped. I do enjoy that game a bunch as a big Yoshi fan. That's great, Furno. And I'm not really playing the game right now. Earlier in the stream, I did do a tier list for all the creatures, and I'm gonna endeavor to put a tier list video on my second channel for that game. But I think in the meantime, you'll be satisfied to know that in this list of games that I'm ranking and like putting at the top of their categories, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book is absolutely the one I'd put under underrated. So there you go. I hope that is satisfactory for you. Fortune's Weave. Thank you, JP. I forgot what it was. Vincent says, I'm very inspired by the Zero series and Final Fantasy VI for my fanfic. I have many ideas for that fic. Very nice. I prefer Shining Force over Fire Emblem. I hate the idea of permadeath, says Vincent. Yeah, absolutely. In the modern Fire Emblem games, you can turn permadeath off. Favorite game from your home country? Now, was it Vincent who said, or who reminded me? Who was it that reminded me that... Oh, here we go. Yeah, Yoshi Daffy Duck reminded me that Retro is an American developer. Yes, thank you, Yoshi Daffy Duck. Favorite game from your home country? Okay. Hang on. Really, this could go to a lot of games. Retro is an amazing game developer. But I've already given a slot to Metroid Prime. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is my favorite game from my home country. Probably my favorite Donkey Kong game, if I'm honest. I am a large fan of Japanese developed games. Nintendo is like my main thing, if that weren't obvious. but they do have some American developers, and Retro Studios is responsible for Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, often touted as the best platformer, or one of the best platformers at least of all time. Probably my favorite Donkey Kong game. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Furno says, yeah, it is. I mean, it's not beating Woolly World for me, but I was pleasantly surprised by how much I ended up loving the game. Oh, me too. One of the things that really put me over the edge, though, is the lore implications that it has on not only the Yoshi series, but the Mario series as a whole. And, like, you don't usually think of Yoshi games or Mario games and lore and story in the same breath, but I'm telling you, when they dropped the big, I'm going to call it lore bomb for sake of not spoiling it for anyone who may not have played the game yet or beaten the game yet. But let me just say that when that lore bomb dropped, after I thought about it for a while, I actually came up with my very own Yoshi game series timeline that makes sense of literally everything, even Bowser showing up in Yoshi's New Island. And I'm going to cover that in the next Just Chatting stream, which will be next Friday. Yeah, I'm stoked. Man, that's probably the thing I came away with that imprinted on me the most in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Absolutely. Good game with a bad community. Looking forward to the timeline. Yeah, me too, friend. Me too. I'm really excited. Okay. Were it not for the community, and there's not a lot of games that I play that have a bad community, but I touched on this one earlier. Ooh, Five Nights at Freddy's? I can't put that one though because I haven't played it. But you know what I have played that has a bad community? Maybe one of the worst, if not the worst communities. It's going to League of Legends. Now, League of Legends may not be my game of choice. It is certainly not my genre that I play. MOBAs just really don't appeal to me that much, especially considering that you have to be sweaty. You have to like really be in the trenches for this game in order to have any sort of success with it. But man, if a game can turn me into a rageful monster, not like I would cuss anyone out to their face anyway, but if that can do that to me, yeah, that says something about the community right there. League of Legends is among the most toxic communities in gaming, second only to Call of Duty, I would argue. And it's a shame because honestly, League of Legends is a very well crafted and well cared about game. It's got a lot going for it, but the community sucks. Every community has bad eggs, yes, but most don't have as many bad eggs as League of Legends does. Oh, for me, that's Sonic or Undertale, says Vincent. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Undertale? I wouldn't have expected that. You always come back. You know what I haven't put on here yet that deserves a spot? I'm not going to tell you until I bring it into the list, though. There it is. Oh, you know what? I like this art much better. I always come back to Yoshi's Island. Always. Always. It is my favorite Yoshi game. I didn't even go as far to say it's my favorite Yoshi game by far. Which is saying something considering that Yoshi's Woolly World is right there. But Yoshi's Island, man, like... There may not be a year that goes by that I don't play this game. It's easy to come back and play it pretty much any time, really. If I get a new system that is able to play it, I'm playing it. I always come back to Yoshi's Island, always. A relaxing game. Favorite piece of art from the game. Oh man, it's good, man. It's good. I had to go with that one. Vincent says, I can't agree more, dude. League of Legends is so toxic. Put Sonic and Undertale or even MLP to shame. And also, Undertale power scalers are awful people thinking Sans can beat Nest Goku Classic Mega and Zero. Mega Man. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, sure. Favorite piece of art from the game? A relaxing game. A relaxing game. You know what? You know what? MLP is My Little Pony. Oh, okay. You know what's a relaxing game? That you might not think of as cozy until it, well, it might not be the first thing you think of when you think of the term cozy game. I can't think of anything much more cozy than Yoshi's Woolly World. That music alone is enough to soothe you and put you into a lull. Especially the title screen theme, man, you can absolutely tell that they put their heart and soul into the soundtrack of this game. Absolutely. And man, this game did at one time come dangerously close to topping Yoshi's Island for me. It's just so cozy, so relaxing, so soothing. That's something that Yoshi's Woolly World does have that Yoshi's Island doesn't. Is just a soothing, relaxing atmosphere. I am absolutely giving it to Yoshi's Woolly World. Pet Cross. Okay, that's a good one. Cat game. The cat's collector is cozy. Yeah, that's fair. Sans versus Mega Man goes like this. Mega Man uses any screen nuke weapon and insta-kills him, since Sans can only take one hit or he dies. Oh, well, okay. I didn't know that. Fan game from fans for fans? Oh, no. I don't know if I know those. Relaxing game to me. Doom, says Vincent. Oh, a fan game from fans for fans? You know, I might not like this series, but I can appreciate it. I did play this game. I liked it enough to beat it. And I can think of very few games that are made by the developer that loves the game, has passion for the game, and knows what its fan base will like. I'm talking about Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania, if you didn't know, it comes from developers of Sonic fan games, and Sega reached out to the folks at Headcanon, and they're like, "Hey, we like your stuff. You want to make a Sonic game?" And they're like, "Yeah." So they made Sonic Mania. And again, I might not like the Sonic series that much, but I can absolutely appreciate the passion that went into this game. And if you're a Sonic fan, I can't think of anything that'll tickle your fancy much more than Sonic Mania. ROM hacks? I was thinking about ROM hacks. I thought about giving it to Super Mario World 2 Plus. But I don't think that tops Sonic Mania if it's by the fans for the fans. This is more like a favorite game, but Sonic Mania counts. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with Sonic Mania. And I did beat Sonic Mania. It's probably my favorite Sonic game. That doesn't say much, because I don't like Sonic games, but I liked it enough to finish it. Ooh, for me it's Mega Man X, Virtual Nightmare. It's only 4 stages so far, but it's a masterpiece. Good remake, remaster, reboot. Good remake, remaster, reboot. I don't play a lot of reboots. But you know what? You know what? I do have one in mind. It may not be my favorite, but it's certainly one that... It's certainly one that I've got in my mind, and like, it's... Okay. Give me a minute. This guy's gonna be happy about this one. I'm giving it to the 2013 reboot of Tomb Raider. I'm not a big fan of the Tomb Raider games, at least not the classic ones, but when I played Tomb Raider 2013, I knew I had to play the other two. It's not even my favorite adventure game, but I really did enjoy it. I like the character Lara Croft. And Rise of the Tomb Raider, my guy, fantastic. I love the tombs and how it rewards you for exploring and going off the beaten path. It takes a game series that I can appreciate but didn't like to a game series that I both appreciate and loved. Maybe loved is a strong word, but I really did like it. If she's even still awake, lol. No, I'm gonna show it to her later. Tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Tomb Raider. And it spawned 2 sequels, and there is a new one coming in the works. Tomb Raider went off the beaten path for a little while. I mean, perhaps appropriately, but not in a good way. This brought it back, and now we've got 2 Tomb Raider games coming in the near future. This is a great reboot. Nostalgic game? I gotta give it to a game that maybe isn't the best, but I'm very nostalgic for it. You know what? I swear, we are gonna have representation for almost every Yoshi game on this list. Maybe we already do. Well, but, you know, this list wouldn't be complete. This game wouldn't be complete without Yoshi's Story. For me, I'm putting it as a nostalgic game because even though I recognize that it has its faults, even though I objectively place it lower on the list than I would honestly like to for my top 10 Yoshi games. Yoshi Story was my first Yoshi game, and I love the game dearly. Like, if Yoshi's Island wasn't a game that I returned to once a year, Yoshi Story would be. I love this game. And it's another one I think is underappreciated. Not as much as Yoshi in the Mysterious Book, but it certainly is underappreciated, and I love this game. I thought you'd put Speedy Gonzales, Los Gatos Banditos. I love Yoshi's Story too! This is Blue's Cat. You know, honestly, that's a good one too. I'm not as nostalgic for it as I am Yoshi's Story. Mario 64 and that primitive 3D look is very nostalgic to me, says Yoshi Daffy Duck. That's fair, and I'm nostalgic for it too. But Yoshi's Story, man, I gotta put it here. When the sequel is better than the original game, there's definitely a good number of those. I feel like, you know what? I know what one I'm giving. This one too. No. There's a lot of examples with this. A lot of examples. Like, I'd argue that the majority of sequels are better than in video games. The majority of sequels are better than their original counterparts most of the time, because there's like an engineering aspect to video games where when you iterate, it gets better. You figure out what works, you figure out what doesn't, and you just keep going with that. So this could really apply to many games. but I'm gonna give it to Super Metroid. You think about Metroid. You think about when you hear the name Metroid. If Super Metroid isn't one of the first things that pops to your mind, you haven't played it. Metroid 1 was very clunky. It had merit. Absolutely it did. But it was clunky. It was absolutely a product of its time. Super Metroid took everything about it and just revamped it, improved it, made it so much better. The one thing I don't like about Super Metroid is that it has a run button. But that's the only thing I don't like about Super Metroid. It is a masterpiece. You know, now that I'm thinking of it, what about Mario 3, Jeff? That was my first thought. But I have to give it to Super Metroid. Because it is the definitive game in the series, I think. And you know, I'm gonna take Sonic Mania out. I don't feel so right about putting it in there when I don't like love the game myself. But you know what fan game was made by a fan for the fans and I do love dearly? Another Metroid 2 remake, AM2R. I'd argue that this may even be better than Nintendo's own remake of Metroid 2. It's kind of telling that Nintendo waited until the game actually came out for it to be struck down, DMCA'd. Because I think a little part of Nintendo wanted it to be out there too. And they knew that once it's out on the internet, it's always on the internet. A fantastic labor of love, taking nearly a decade. This... I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but it is an amazing fan game. Made with such love and just perfectly well crafted. It is so, so good. Wait, can we still play AM2R? Yeah, dude. You may have to dig around a little bit, but you can absolutely find it. And even after the DMCA, they kept updating it. Version 1.5 brought widescreen to it. Even though everyone said they couldn't. They did it. So, AM2R, you are going in fan game from fans for fans. And I feel much better about that just because I actually like that game. Hot take. Chris, it's worse than Labyrinth Zone. What is? Metropolis Zone? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Sonic, Metropolis, whatever. Yeah, I don't know the zones in Sonic that well. No, I agree with that. Don't get me wrong. I still don't like Labyrinth because water, but Metropolis is just more annoying to play. Interesting. I'll beat you someday. This has to be a game that is in my backlog or something. It's got to be a game in my backlog. I've got a lot of those. I'll beat you someday. Not because it's difficult. Not because I wasn't able to beat it because I just couldn't get through it. But because I put it down and never came back. Rayman Legends. This is a game I picked up early in the Switch's life. This is actually a game that I may have even picked up after I met Sky. Or at least I started playing it after I met Sky. And after I met Sky, most of the focus in my life became, well, one, finishing college, but two, getting closer to Sky. Gaming started at that point in my life taking more and more of a backseat, and Rayman Legends is a bit of a casualty of that process. I have 5 hours in the game. And for some reason, I just put it down and never picked it back up. It's a game that I absolutely want to finish, though. You can play this game forever. Okay. I mean, that seems pretty easy. I've listed this as the game that I would want if I were stranded on an island with only one game. Wait a minute. I already have it in here. But it's suiting. Minecraft. Minecraft is the sandbox game. As I said before, you can literally do anything in it, whatever your mind comes up with. And if you're the kind of gamer that likes to tinker, there's mod packs. You can do mods. I don't do mods. I do vanilla Minecraft. But mods are out there. And if Minecraft wasn't enough for you, I mean, there's so much in the mod world. One day I will beat every Ghosts and Goblins game, says Vincent. Good luck on that. For me, that's every Ghosts and Goblins sequel. I will suffer and have PTSD, but I need to have those bragging rights, says Vincent. Fair enough. First game I ever played? Oh no. Oh no. Unfortunately, there's not a great box art for this. I might actually have to go with the Genesis version because it's the one that'll fit the best. No, this'll fit. This was the first video game I ever played by myself. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends Adventure Series. Okay, so Super Nintendo was my first console. I have a lot of memories watching my dad play Clay Fighter, Super Mario World, mostly Clay Fighter. But when I started experiencing an interest in video games to the point where I wanted to play, well, I mean, I love Thomas the Tank Engine. It sounded like a match made in heaven, and, you know, my parents got it for me. So, that's the one I'm gonna put. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. Can't wait for this game's release. Alright. Yes, I played that as well since I was and still am a Thomas fan. There you go, man. There's a new Thomas train sim game, lol. Can't wait for this game's release. There's not a lot of games that I'm really looking forward to right now. But what I'm looking forward to, at least finding out more information about, and seeing what they do with it. I don't know how I'm gonna... Hang on. I don't know how I'm gonna find a photo of this. Because it's not a release game, we have very little info on it. So give me a minute. Man, it's hard to find a picture for this one. But I'm going to. Give me a minute. I will. If you sent me this list a month ago or 3 months ago, it would absolutely be Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. But right now, I am looking forward to the release of the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake. Now, I want to note, Ocarina of Time is not even in my top 5 Zelda games. I think it's overrated as heck. Well, okay, maybe I don't. I do think that It's not my favorite. There's definitely reasons why it's not my favorite. I can't say it's overrated though because of just how much it changed video games. One of the first times that video games felt like a proper adventure, and with such big story and all that. I can't really say it's overrated. It's probably properly rated. Oh, well, okay. It is a little overrated. I don't think it's the best video game of all time. But I do look forward to seeing what they're going to do with this game and just the reaction that's going to come from it. And I do look forward to seeing it go head-to-head with GTA 6. I know GTA 6 is going to win. But which one am I looking forward to more is easy. It's the Zelda Ocarina of Time. Jeff, what about Dono's Tale? I am looking forward to it, but that's kind of gone on the back burner for now. I am looking forward to it. Favorite mobile game? Favorite mobile game. That is a very, very short list. I don't play mobile games, like, almost at all. Well, basically at all. You know what? Okay. Give me a minute. Hang on. I don't think that this is the right art for it. And it's not even a mobile game. But it's the only one I have on my phone that I will go back and play. It's Sudoku. It's Sudoku. If that tells you anything about what I think of mobile games, I really couldn't care less about mobile games. The only one that even comes close to me being at least even a little bit interested in is Jetpack Joyride. That's like the only other one I'm even a little bit interested in. Sudoku is gonna go on my favorite mobile game. I don't do mobile games. No, lol. It's not a mobile game, I know, but it's the only game on my phone that I'll play. Best ending. Best ending, huh? Doodle Jump? I don't do mobile games. No. You know what? Best endings. There's not a ton of games that I play that have amazing endings. I don't want to give it to Ghost of Tsushima again, because that was really good, but I already have it on the list once, and I want to be a little bit more original than that. Can't be a Mario game. How about... I'm gonna rename this because I named it something dumb. Well, not something dumb, but I left a piece out. Good thing there's no Roblox kid in the stream. I know, right? Best ending? The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Is it actually the best ending? No, probably not. But there is something I really do appreciate about the Zelda game in particular compared to all the rest. There is a real family and friendship dynamic that Link has with his fellow townsfolk. He is seen as like the big brother figure to some of the kids in the village. They get kidnapped. They hope that Link will come to save them. Even the scaredy cat coward of the village, Colin, I believe is his name. He looks up to Link. He says multiple times he wants to be like Link someday. And at the very end of the game, as the credits are rolling, as we see everyone going back to their towns, Colin has a sword on his back and is accompanying his family and plans to protect them and do everything he can to step up and do what Link did. Twilight Princess may not be the best story, but it is one of the ones that really did resonate with me. So I'm giving it to Twilight Princess. Alright, so there you go. That is my ultimate fave game meme list. Honestly, that took a long time. But I'm glad we did this, honestly. I am. I really do resonate with a lot of this. I really cannot give you best favorite simulator, best roguelite, or best horror game because those things I just don't play. But everything else, I feel like we did a decent job of choosing. So, thanks guys. Thanks for watching that one. Hope you enjoyed it. Guys, it is very, very late. It's long, but very true to yourself, Jeff. Thanks, man. This is fun. I agree, this is fun. Jeff, you should play Goat Simulator. No. But, yeah, that's gonna do it, guys. That's gonna do it for this stream. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it, too. Way, way too long. But we all had a good time. Absolutely, we all had a good time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next stream where we're going to do our casual review of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, and I'm gonna give you my patented Yoshi Fanatic complete timeline of the Yoshi series. So, look forward to that, guys. Thanks for tuning in. If you haven't already, feel free to like and subscribe and hit that bell icon so you'll be notified whenever I go live or post a video. Do feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. You can chat with me there. I love chatting with the fans and, you know, lots of fun stuff to do there. I'm going to be posting the tier list that I made for the characters in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book and the ultimate fave game meme that I just made. I'm going to post all of that in the Discord. It's where I'll let you know about updates to my stream schedule, any updates I have on videos. You can post pictures of your favorite foods or foods that you made, foods that you're eating, whatever. Your own content, your own creations, any of that stuff. Lots of fun stuff to do there. Guys, the next stream is going to be another Just Chatting stream. Like I said, we're gonna review Yoshi and the Mysterious Book as one of my casual on-stream reviews. And we're going to go over the Yoshi Fanatic's complete Yoshi game series timeline. That's gonna be next Friday, starting around 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, give or take a half hour or so. You know how it goes by now. So look forward to that. I am. Can't wait to see you guys next time. And I hope you all have a good week. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. See ya.